And we're here.
McGee. Oh, my phone just told me we're live. That's crazy. Thank you, phone.
Oh, you're frozen on my screen, so I didn't know what was going on.
My phone just told me we're live. Thanks, phone. What a pal.
Perfect.
These guys called Trekyards. Crazy. Oh, wait, it's us. People are watching.
Is my signal fine, or should we switch to Zoom?
It
Because we,
stopped, and then it got bad, and now it's medium.
so that's a yes.
I'd say give it a minute or two, because it's
Okay.
working.
Because you're like very choppy and frozen on my end.
Oh, well then, yeah, fine. Okay.
Got a frame rate of like one.
Woo! And it was fine before we start talking, right? And then it was
Yes. Yes.
why would it be different? Why? Okay. Zoom link incoming. Way.
I mean, I'm looking at the live and everything looks fine though. I mean, both our
Medium.
videos look good.
Yeah, but if you can't see or hear me properly, that's fine. It's fine. There's a Zoom. Hello, guys. See, Teams was great for what, 3 months?
Yeah.
Then said no. So I'll see you in a second, Stuart. Goodbye, Stuart. Goodbye. Hello, everyone. Literally like swapping servers is what we just did there. All right. Hello, welcome all to the Stranger Worlds Season 3 final thingamabobby, but also the Drunkyards Hangout for this month. Yes, where we are here to have fun with you guys and support the channel, of course, but also just talk Stranger Worlds, see if we can re-review the show, see how we really think. Have a great time whenever Stuart's gonna hop in. Like I said, it was working just fine before. Working just fine before the old before the we started going. That's all good. There we go. Admit. Okay. And then he should pop in, and then he should.
Oh, that already looks so much better. Jesus Christ.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Oh, ha on the top now. Ha 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 ha. See, literally
Fix it.
had a few minutes of pretty cool stuff, and then whatever. Hello, Stuart.
Mateo,
How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Mateo Surreal says, "Hey guys, Foley. I hate when people call me Foley. You get my emails. I don't know.
Yes, if usernames aren't
Who,
linked to people's names, then it doesn't always mean we get.
yeah, who are they from?
And what email to? Do you mean emails in a
And
voice message? Do you mean
yeah, what was it about and when? And I don't know. I get a lot of emails.
it's like I had a chap who had a whole spiel about me on my Rathacon film saying, "Oh, this guy's a dick. He never responded to my email about wanting me to work on his fan film." I'm like, "Who are you?
Yeah.
When? What? How? Who are you?" I don't know who you are. Hi. Why are you annoyed at me? Assuming they have my wrong email and I didn't reply to them for 6 weeks. I don't know, right? But it's like, yeah, because it wasn't my email. I
And Peckloyd says, "Hey folks, just watched JTFX Battle of 359 Part
don't.
2. What are your thoughts?" I thought it was fantastic. I also thought it was fantastic. I kind of wish they didn't include the John Delancey like Q stuff from Borg, but
Well, so
aside from that, I thought it was pretty good.
it's a way of padding's the wrong word. It's a way of giving it extra right? And a lot of people don't know that exists. So some people are like, "What? You AI'd that?" It's
Yeah.
like, no, no, no. Yeah, I mean, I skimmed it because it's a big watch with a lot of repeated things, but you actually have to. But each shot is an art piece. So you got to sit down and watch it. You can't, right? So I skimmed to see if, what how much it did. But as someone who does that sort of thing, the amount of work on every shot is exceptional.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
always like just like a checklist of, the way having some narrative threads is fantastic. Well done for him. It took 2 years. I can see why. Some loads of creative things, loads of great CG models. Yeah, it looks amazing. But if I spent 2 years on one 17-minute film or however long it is, right? I could do a lot more with a lot less. I think I do quite a lot considering I can do something in 6 to 8 weeks.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great. Share it. It's definitely you can imagine if they did a DS9 remastered, whatever, they could buy some shots off him and then just add it. Yeah, they wouldn't do it obviously, but they could.
Yeah. And Mateo Surreal says, I asked about a possibility ship for an upcoming episode of Trekyards. I do not recall getting an email about that now. I'd be keen on you doing it, but we need to elaborate on it via email.
So email
I
now
didn't
and
get,
Stuart can look.
well, I assume he sent it to trekyards@hotmail.com,
Or not.
which
Yeah. If not,
I,
send to that.
yeah, I don't recall that. Sorry. But anyway, yes, welcome back, guys. It's Drunkyards time. So now's a good time to get your super chats and your
Uh-huh.
PayPals in so
Uh-huh.
that you can get us started right. So that like
Uh-huh.
in half an hour to an hour from now, we're kind of like wasted.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you want to do the slow trickle, I mean, that never really works out so well. Just saying.
Yeah, we're here to both hang out and, drunk girls for a reason, and give the show the final shout out it deserves. Yeah, and Stuart, as you can see, the chart has been massively modified and updated. Tell us what
Mhm.
audience members can do in this new chart, which is very different, which I'm excited about.
Well, it used to just be super chats essentially, but PayPal's better for everybody, let's be honest. So you get some better value using PayPal. As you can see there, it's less for a drink. Uh, get double for a half a shot. I mean, half a shot and a bonus drink, I guess. Full shot is down to by $5, and uniform change is you get more bang for your buck, is what I'm saying on PayPal. So just read the chart. You guys can figure it out.
We encourage, because it
Yes.
takes a little bit more work, but, it'll be great for everybody. Right? I'm going to start sharing. I'll see you in a second.
Mateo Surreal says, I sent it there. Did I get the address wrong? Nope. Trekyards@hotmail.com is the way to reach us, but I have not seen anything come in on Trekyards for a while now. I will go take a quick look now. But guys, hit like, participate, be part of the chat, part of the conversation. Make sure you're subscribed, do all the things you need to do. And do all the things. Like I said, make sure you're subscribed, but make sure you're notified so you don't miss any lives or edited content from us. I'm trying to do 15 things at once here. That's why I'm kind of hesitating. I apologize. You can also join the channel. Head on down to the link down there on YouTube. You can join us here on a monthly basis, or head on over to Patreon/Trekyards as well is another way to support us. And yeah, like Sam said, and as the chart says, super chat in to have us drink, to let your voice be heard. We do read your comments and questions on the air, or you can send us PayPal as well and get a little bit more bang for your buck in that regard. So do what you can, and helps us out immensely and get you guys involved in the conversation. Just be part of the regular chat, share the videos, hit like. Hitting like is a big deal, very important thing to do. And yes, 13 likes currently, 20 people here. Hit the like button. Let's get those likes up and let's have a good time. Let's do the things you know you want to. So I have Crown Royal apple again, of course, and I have these Palm Bay. This is a ruby grapefruit, which is a vodka drink. And I have some Corona beer and stuff as well, which make it into, not sure. Um, how much do I have to send to get you guys to drink a glass of water? Um, I usually have water here that I drink in between. And I know, Terrence, you're very opposed to us drinking, but you know, it's just one of those things that makes things more interesting, more fun. I barely drink ever, so this is kind of, fun in a way. So if you want us to drink water, you can have us drink water. You just got to stipulate that in your message.
Wow, that's a Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful. We've got some stuff happening already on both sides of the fence, which is awesome. And I mean, I think it's fair to say, guys, that for uniform change, we'll also a drink. So, you know, that's a bonus fun and some drinks. Right? Funny story. I did everything else except I forgot my ciders. So they're in the freezer to try and catch up. So now I'm going to go get all my ciders. 1 second.
Ray Rick's already sent in for a uniform change. Jesus, Ray. Thank you. Um, yeah, dumbass forgot to put his drinks in the fridge till about 6 minutes before he went live, so he had to throw them in the freezer. So 'tis the way of things. We will get to the super chats in just a second once Sam gets back, but yes, guys, participate and part of the conversation. Let's just have a good time hanging out for this afternoon, and we'll enjoy each other's company, I guess. That's the plan. Um, uh, Sam, look, talking to people, having a life, all that jazz. And he's back.
Brand new one.
Uh,
Mango Kopberg.
Mango.
So
Nice.
this will be a booze taste test as well. Let's see what I think. And it exploded. Very slightly. Okay. Do you think I like it or not, Stuart? What do you think? I'm gonna vote.
I think you'll like it.
This is for Mark Lawrence. Okay. Live test.
Right.
Tastes like Kopberg with mango. Yeah.
It's all right. It's all right.
Mm-hmm.
Was the other one better, or is that still really good?
No, I think that one's better, but I mean, yeah, it's like almost orangey. There's more citrusy. Yeah, that'd be great in a mixer. I'm going to start a poll as well while you're ready to say some stuff, so I'm going to start a poll.
Okay. And yeah, just looking at the email right here, and I don't see anything from you, man.
Well, email trekyards@hotmail.com right now and put in the tagline, "It's me."
It's me.
Thank you.
But yeah, anyway, I'm just looking in the junk email. There's a bunch of shit there. We probably need to check that.
Oh
Anyway,
yeah,
it's fine.
I junk email every single time I look at the email because I always find stuff.
I never really checked this one. Just usually on my phone.
Yeah, I always check junk. I've caught loads of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
I'm very conscious of that.
Attaboy. That's what commanders are for. Yes, thank you to Ray for sending in a PayPal. We will get to that in momentarily, I'm sure.
We'll do some drinks first. We'll put that in the buffer, which is great. We'll get some things flowing, and then yes, but that's great. One in the buffer, superb. Thank you, Ray. And obviously, all that goes to us, so awesome.
Yeah. And Mark Lawrence throws in $5 at a book festival this morning. Got to make sure you can get them before they're banned here. Take a drink, Samander. Communal.
Jesus, is he drunk as well? Is that what Mexicans Americans do at book fairs? It's just a drinking thing, because maybe it is, right? I mean, Oktoberfest, they could be a cultural thing. Now everyone's screwed.
Which season of Strange New Worlds is the best? Season 1, Welcome to Trek. Season 2, Going to Be Wild. Season 3, comedy, serious, going.
Bit of everything, right?
Go vote in the poll. Sean O'Sullivan is here with
Sean.
€2. Make sure you lick the stream. I mean, you can lick the stream, but I don't know if I'd recommend that.
Just don't cross the streams, okay?
Yeah. It's bad news, Bears. But welcome back, guys.
All right.
I'll have a drink for the Mark Lawrence one because
I'm having one for the Ray Ricks 30. That's what I'm.
Oh, in that case, yeah.
Yeah, that's what because you gotta play, Ray.
Yeah, Ray Ricks put in 30 for a uniform change, so I'm gonna definitely have a shot for that. So
I'm trying to drink the end of every one of these. I'm like, what do I have left? So cherry marshmallow gin liqueur. Wow, that is tastes like marshmallows, which makes sense. Marshmallow.
It should.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that really comes through. But marshmallow is just a flavor like sugar, but
STLV.
like flavored sugar. I'm surprised how much that actually came through. Huh? Yeah. There's more.
Actually, hold on just 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. There's other reasons to hate me.
So yeah, as you guys know, this is a long stream. We'll be here for a while. We are covering in all its glory, as it says right now. Have us drink. PayPal's a great way of doing that. You get more for the buck, obviously. I'm not reacting strong. That's great. Good stuff. Yeah, we're going to review retroactively all of season 3, which of course, interesting season. Things happened. Do we like them? Don't know. Do you like them? Don't know. That is why the poll. There's various polls about this, starting with which season do you prefer? Because if you guys recall, what, 14 weeks ago, the question was asked, and most people, over I think it was 60%, said they thought season 3 would be the best. People just thought that. I think times have changed a bit with people's expressions of that. So I want to know what you guys think for real. Let us know. Oh, and he returns. He returns.
Do you return?
There you go.
Thanks, Chewie.
Thing. No, I was just saying how I think the tides have turned of people who most people thought season 3 would be the best, and I don't think that is going to be the sentiment now, having seen the season. So how do you feel about the reaction to season 3? Let's start with there, sort of the audience reaction. Do you think?
Heard most of that question. Please ask it again. So smaller.
What do you think the reaction has been to this season? Because most people thought season 3 would be the best, and I do not think people are going to say that now. So, what do you think of the reaction this season?
Yeah, the polls at the beginning were like, "This is going to be the best season," and then it very quickly changed. I think this is a very divisive season. I find that a lot of the episodes I really liked, a lot of people didn't like, and maybe vice versa. So I don't know. I think it's an interesting season because it's smattering a bunch of genres kind of together, and that's not for everybody. I thought it was kind of fun and lighthearted, and I kind of appreciated that about it because it made me smile at the end of the episodes mostly because it was just a nice departure from life, I guess. So I don't know. I liked the episode or the season. I can understand why people maybe didn't, but I'm I don't even know. I don't even know if I'd rank this the best or the worst out of the seasons. I'd have to go back and do a recap of the other seasons, but I really enjoyed it for the most part. I don't know what to say, man.
You said
I
some stuff
feel
there, though. You know,
I feel backed into a corner a little bit
good,
because
we're doing
it's a
review.
it's good that people are kind of divisive on it because it's getting people talking, like both good and bad, which is a good thing. So it's doing what it's set out to do, probably. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like there's a very distinct reason that several musicals of the last 5 years, they didn't have any music in their trailers. Like, you know, Wicked, the first one, and another one I can't think of, because they know that most people aren't going to go see a musical in cinema and pay money for it. But they might go see a film that's good and then be surprised it's a musical, oh damn. I might still love it, but not necessarily make the effort. They'd rather watch it at home or, you know, not pay $20 or $50 to go see a musical. That's not the sort of genre that a lot of people go out and watch, apart from the people who love it. And so you make a musical, you make it, you know, whatever. Same with like an R-rated film, you know you're losing portion of the audience. So by doing a season with so many genres, you know if someone doesn't like a zombie episode, you're going to get something or other. So you're playing across the board. You know you're going to not hit everything. And if you do, it'd be miraculous, right?
All right. Sean O'Sullivan, €2. Pop quiz, Foley. What soon android appeared in Discovery?
Oh yeah, obviously.
What's which
Fred.
android?
Fred.
Yes,
I'm so
Fred.
glad I had that in my head. That yay me.
Yeah.
The character that we said should have lived and then died straight away. Like, he was a really strong performance, really solid. Oh, dead.
Yes,
Damn it.
Fred.
It was really good. That's a good
Yeah,
one.
we we had a few good things to say about that, and then it just didn't go anywhere at all.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Mark Lawrence, $5. Not drunken yet. Maybe later. Take a drink. Fapton Coley.
He's definitely been drinking.
Fapton Coley. That sounds so wrong in so many ways.
Look, some people drink at 9 a.m., right? You know what? It is not 9 a.m. everywhere. I mean, hell, it's 6:20 here and it's 1 for you. So, you know, we live into that universe of different, you know, time zones equal different. Except, like, I can have a great drunk here starting at 3 p.m. You'd be like, 8 a.m., let's start the. It's like, yeah, whole different mentality.
Yeah.
I think we did that. I think one of our first ones, the one that you got absolutely hammered, it was starting in the morning for whatever reason. And it felt odd. We were outside, it was like 11 a.m. or something. I think it was really, really early.
Probably.
Yeah,
Probably.
I just didn't do that again. Sorry. Then my answer to the question, what I think the reaction has been, I've been intrigued how many people have disliked things so strongly, but not for the
Yeah.
reasons that I would dislike things strongly. Because I tend to dislike things for canon reasons, cinematography reasons, narrative structure reasons, and script reasons, like filmmaking things, but not often creative choices. There's not many genres I don't like. So if the it's like I can love a really good musical, even though I'm not a big fan of musicals, if the story and structure and acting is good, because everything else around it is exciting, you know.
Hmm.
It's like I watched a stage play for a Meatloaf thing. It was about his songs, and I know a few of his songs, but I wouldn't be able to sing any of them except the famous one a little bit. And Marie knows all the songs, and the play was actually quite a good story, quite good acting, and good people they chose. But every time they start singing, the theater was, it was so hard to hear the words that by about halfway through, I just started like checking out the words. I just can't. If you can't understand if you understand one every 10 words, it doesn't matter what they're saying. There's nothing gaining from this. It's just you just can't understand it. It just sounds like gibberish, right? So I was like, well, the acting's good. What do you think of the songs? I couldn't understand them. She's like, you couldn't. It's like, well, no, I don't know them. You can't hear them. If you know them, you're autocorrect. But I was like, I mean, the performances are good still. Just like half of it I didn't hear because it was badly leveled. But I don't think I meant to go to a concert like that not knowing the songs, because of course it's not the best way of hearing it, right? It's echoey and anyway, but I still enjoyed it because of the performances. So I don't think there's any episode of the season I didn't like, but they missed a lot of opportunities. They took a lot of non-committal ways out, which is both a benefit and a negative. You know, Discovery chose a lot of directions that were negative, and chose a few that were positive. This show did not choose a lot of angles, and yet kind of still made the bed of those choices, but didn't actually line them. Is he cute? Is he not cute? Oh, okay. You know, etc., etc. So it's I've been surprised by some of the negative, given they're not things I think negative. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
especially
Well, there's so
yeah,
much. There's so much, like we kind of said through the reviews of all these. There's so many landmines they could have hit
yeah.
that they very nicely avoided,
Mm-hmm.
but they didn't.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And as you said, there's things that they could have elaborated on to make things clearer, but they deliberately left vague.
Uh-huh.
So they didn't hit the landmine, but they didn't really go the opposite direction either. They kind of just took the middle road, and for better or worse. So yeah, they left room for conversation, and I think that was part of the point of all this, so that people would be talking about their show. So,
But not
which
in
is
a sort of
frustrating.
negative way, because you can't be fully bitchy because other people can comment, well, that's not what they meant. It's like I've never really loved the idea that a painting in a National Gallery is a rainbow with a house. It's like, oh, this is about communism. And this person like, oh, this is about fascism. Oh, this is about totalitarianism with a hint of samurais. It's like, no, it's a house with a rainbow. There's none of that is in there. You're all doing something to the painting that's not in the painting. Look at the.
That's part of the job of painting, though. It's
I
the
know,
person looking at it.
I know, and
Yeah,
that's what this season was. You were able to
that's
see things
interesting.
in different ways, and it annoys me
Yeah.
because obviously we all have our own version, but it makes it difficult. So it's very interesting. It's actually kind of unique in that regard. None of the seasons have done that so far
Yeah.
of any of the new shows, so it's pretty interesting.
Interesting is a great word. I would agree that it was interesting. But like you said, a lot of the performances were fantastic. A lot of the script writing choices, I think, were really good. There wasn't much wrong per se. It was just the perception of a lot of people that might see it as something different than what they intended. Or I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say there. I think there was a lot of good this season,
Uh huh.
and
Uh huh.
they proved that they kind of know what they're doing. However, I can understand why people wouldn't feel like it felt like Star Trek. Some of it.
Oh, I couldn't necessarily. Because I'm comparing to Discovery. I'm not comparing to TNG, right?
Oh,
Compared
for
to
fuck.
TNG, it's silly,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
nothing is going to be that, right? I'm only comparing to new stuff. You know, like Picard season 3 nailed the tech, but then it was way too dark. The cinematography was weird, and they took liberties, right? At least it was bright, colorful, vibrant, alive, hopeful. Like each showed us something well, and Stranger Worlds has never once suffered acting, brightness of sets, good cinematography, good CG, quality of uniform. Maybe not design wise, but they've never like acting and cast are not the issue. You know, we thought Beto might be a bit naff. It was good, not amazing, but good, right? Um, Ortega's left out, but they had a really strong one-off. Cool. Who else is? Roger Corby, great. No complaints. No complaints. Trelane, great. No complaints.
Then we get on in one episode gunning down a Gorn, and that's a little bit of a character shift for her.
Yeah, but she did do something good. What was her focus episode this season, if she had one? Because she's in on so much of the season a lot. She's a really used character, but did she get a proper like her story? Oh, the holodeck. Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is so, radically different. The fun detective versus murderer of Gorn. It's kind of tonalized quite different.
Hmm.
Mm. The the biggest takeaway I took from this season, and I'm gonna post out a new poll in a minute, was that season 2 for me had 3 high notes, distinctly high notes. It had the body swap episode, or where where Spock became human and dealt with T'Pring, right? That episode was excellent across the board, right? Really, really
Hmm.
fun, really, really good. Then the crossover episode, again, really good low decks. Really, really good. Super good. And the musical, surprisingly good. And only liked over time more because the good bits are really better than the bad bits, right? So that's 3 properly high tier episodes. This season has not got one properly high tier episode that does as good as any of those 3. For me, there's not one that raises that same bar. What are your thoughts about that?
Recap that again. God damn it. So I was reading something.
Nope, fine. I think for me, last season had 3 properly good episodes: the musical,
Yes.
the crossover, and the Spock become human episode. 3 properly good episodes are like good for their own right and good in their own way. This season had no properly that level of good episodes, like not one at that same level. Your thoughts?
Let's see. That's an interesting, bold thing to say. So we got Hegemony Part 2, which is shit. We got Wedding Bell Blues, which was fun. Shuttle to Conforti, just a zombie episode. Space Adventure Hour, just kind of a holodeck romp. Through the Lens of Time. Oh, that's the one with the temple. Salat Who Ate Its Tail.
Oh,
The scavenger one, possibly. What is Starfleet's 4.5 Vulcans, Terrarium, and New Life and New Civilizations? You're right. You are right. There's nothing that really kind of stood out in that regard.
Because season 1 had the last episode, which is absolutely fantastic, and the body swap.
Yes. Yeah.
And the first one's pretty good too, right? It's not that good, but it stands as being rather good. So I'm happy to say this season has a high average. Like because we're gonna rescore everything, right? So if everything in the season if it gets various 8s, maybe dip into 9, compared to the last season where it had several 9s, like strong 9s, very brave 9s, like no issue. So I think for me, because there's no shining star of this season, doesn't work for me as well. Because as you read those out, there's lots of good episodes, but each one has something that wasn't that let it down. If the holodeck episode was a proto holodeck and it really confined itself to the rules of the logic of the proto holodeck, with other little twists, right? That was more in the universe and more clever and creative. Not just here's a TNG holodeck, blah, right? Each one can be more clever episodes for sure. Same thing. The prison episode, great, but not amazing. There's some bits about it don't quite work. And the train one, if they'd actually had, for example, as I've said many a time, if it is meant to be either a Q or a different Q, if you'd had a scene in that episode where at the end Trelane is just Trelane, not Q, and then whatever's out and goes talk to Delancey as Q in Voyager uniform, that's the last time we saw him, de-aged, and say, welcome to this other plane of existence. You like had a really elevated scene that's like, whoa, crossover. Again, would have elevated it. But none of them had that thing that elevated it. Still good, but not as good. What do you guys think? Because I'm pretty solid on that.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of anything that elevated any of these.
To that same bar. It's like we always say for low decks, wage douche, fucking the highest bar possible. I almost never even got close to that again. So it's hard to think that one shining star makes the season amazing. But you can be great, but if you don't quite, for whatever reason, rising above. And that's why the question someone's asked, is a season of great better than a season of really good and not so good? Because can one truly exceptional episode sort of counterbalance the bad one? But because now something sticks out, or because I'm left not being as excited about a good season, but you'd think an averagely good season is better than being, it's a really interesting concept.
Yeah. Like I think the one that comes closest this season to being anything kind of special, and even that's not really, is the Slot Who Ate Its Tail. Seeing Kirk's like first command and the scavenger backstory, but then again they didn't really complete that or make that make any kind of sense.
Yeah.
So
and Pike just sort of wanders around the ship for a bit.
Yeah.
You're right, and also the distance doesn't make sense, and how long they were at warp doesn't make sense, and yeah, it conceptually it's very good, but they fail in a few ways. Same with the Q one, same with the yeah. But it sounds like a complaint, but they reached the high bar, right?
Yeah.
Not a complaint per se. What do you guys think? I'm really eager to know what you guys think.
But that being said, I mean, all the episodes are fun in their own way for me.
Except the first one.
Except for the first one. Yeah. Because let's see. Yeah, we got the first one, which is crap. Then we get Wedding Bell Blues, which is kind of a romantic comedy vibe. And we get Shuttle to Conforti, the zombie episode. Space Adventure Hour, which is just kind of a parody wrapped in a holodeck episode. Through the Lens of Time was one of the more serious ones, which does link to the last episode as well. But very quickly, like there's 2 rooms essentially in this huge building, and they get out fairly easily. So not really a huge Indiana Jones type vibe or anything. I guess the biggest thing in that would be Gamble and losing one of our characters. And Slot Who Ate Its Tail, which has its moments for Kirk, and just learning about these people that left Earth, these environmentalists essentially. It's fine. What is Starfleet?
That had the weight. That could have been the best by absolute mile.
Yeah.
But it didn't have a hard enough hitting story. Didn't have enough reveals. And Beto, while it works, you didn't like it because the way it was intentional. Had they made it more nuanced with a bigger end, it would have worked better. Fine for me, but you just didn't like it. So that I think it was that was the bold punch, like the musical, but it didn't go far enough in the story.
Again,
Yeah.
it just needed more of an explanation as to why Starfleet had agreed to do this, first of all, because there was a lot of questions there about them knowing the reasoning behind this thing and them agreeing to do it. And I get that it's supposed to be vague because it's from a certain perspective, but then 4.5 Vulcans is just kind of fun. I mean, let's be honest, not really meant to be taken seriously. Terrarium is just a ripoff of Enemy Mine.
Homage, Stuart. Homage.
Homage, that's what I said.
Ah.
And the New Life and New Civilizations, where they tried to hit a home run. They tried to do something bold and epic. Should have been more than one episode. And I get, yes, it ties into Through the Lens of Time, but it's
Doesn't.
yeah.
And it's funny because what do we see in season 1? A almost movie length episode. Just do that. Like, that was paced absurdly well. This one wasn't really, but do the hour and do the 75 minutes. If you're gonna spend 20 minutes in a building in one house set, right? That bit is not costing a lot to make, right? Give us the other stuff, especially as most of this show is a bottle show. Absolutely fine with that. And LED wall is so cheap to shoot on location. Yeah. For the ones that needed longer, it's like, why didn't you? I mean, obviously money, time, and effort. They obviously couldn't, but it's like, oh, you really needed to. That was one you really should have, done more with.
Ray
And a PayPal as well, I believe.
Yes. Ray Ricks, though, £5. There are no high points, but from my perspective, what is Starfleet dragged this season down because it was so poorly executed?
It's the opposite of what we just said, Stuart. Ray, I think I'm doing Star Wars there. Ray, can you please put in the PayPal $1, whatever, but like give us a little paragraph of why you think it's so poorly executed? Because I would love to genuinely know. Because I don't know why you'd say like necessarily. If that's your low light, put $1 and we'll read it out. Because I'd love to know. Because for me that was a standout.
Yeah,
and
me too.
I make docs. Doesn't make me an expert, but different perspective.
Dan Ben says season 3 episode 1 is like a Stargate Atlantis episode. The character's on a hive ship at the end of the season and it goes into hyperspace. And then part 2, the next season, is them trying to fight their way off.
God, I was so insulted for a second.
I knew you were. You'd say that.
I was like, damn, Dan, you broke my heart. But yeah, there's one episode where that happens literally, and it's much better. Not great still, but much better.
Sean O'Sullivan throws in a $3 PayPal, so this is for you, Sam. Camel stockings. Drink.
My famous name, yes.
If cannot answer, who was in charge of the circle double drink?
The context of that is lost on me. For some reason,
Circle, I think is from Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, I was thinking a terrorist organization from like
Yes.
a James Bond. That was what my brain went to. Oh, I assume the Goldukot's not self. If I was gonna guess, it's like, oh, he made a new
it's
thing.
like season 1 or 2.
With the stupid terrorism plot where they take over the station and I don't care.
Yeah. It was Kai Wynn, I believe. She was kind of behind it.
Yeah, isn't the guy with the white hair?
That narrows it down. I don't know.
Well, the guy that leads that, because there's like 3 people, and that's, I don't know. I don't like those early seasons. They're not very good.
Well, have another drink, because I don't think you got that right.
Oh, I double draw. Goodness, wow.
Yeah, if you get the question wrong. He's kind of playing the safe game. He's going for PayPal, which is cheaper. And then if you get the question wrong, he's asking you double drink, and just to be kind.
Oh yes, kind. Hey, it works though. He gets his fun. Wah ha ha ha. And we get our fun. Wah ha ha ha.
Camel stockings. I love that. That's his greatest Tony Stank. Thank you for that. I'll be using that.
Goodness. So we talked about the highlights this season on as high. How do the lows compare to the other seasons, if you can recall?
God.
Yeah, I know.
I don't recall the other season's lows necessarily.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah.
They weren't that low, right?
I mean, hegemony has a lot of lows for me. It's just kind of a lot of shit that doesn't make a lot of sense. Um, Whitey Bell Blues has no real downside for me, if I'm honest, except for the ending where they use John Delancey, which
Yeah.
is fantastic, but they don't confirm or deny either one way or the other about Trelane.
Yeah, that's the clear negative, the lack
Yeah,
of it working, and then we made several videos about how this, that it's like, well,
yeah,
you've either ruined canon, you've enhanced canon, or you've confused canon, or all three.
yes.
Thanks for that.
Shuttle to Ken Foree. Its real downside is using the Discovery asset in the form of
No,
that ship, that Raider thing.
I think that's smart if they're going for context of the character.
Again, not explained. Line of dialogue's all you need.
Yeah, a common
Um,
problem.
Space Adventure Hour, I think they missed a trick or two there. They did do a good job of covering their asses with the holodeck thing, but the grid should have looked TOS, not TNG, and you should have focused on the limitations, like no real sense of smell or, things didn't feel quite right or something. So, um, just trying to think of the lows for each episode, just off the top of my head here. Through the lens of time, no real lows in that one, except it was a kind of an easy solution. And I can't think of anything else that really stands out to me that's a low in that episode. But season or episode 3, the Salat Who Ate Its Tail. More clarification on what kind of ship this was, even though we do see a warp ring type ship, but they said it was pre-warp, so it wouldn't have been a warp ring. Some kind of explanation at the end as to it was a generational ship, how it was powered, whatever. Just more information would have been welcome. Not a huge downside, honestly. What is Starfleet? Just more clarification as to why Starfleet agreed to do this, because it's very un-Starfleet like. At least from the outside looking in, it feels very un-Starfleet like. But was there a Starfleet reason? Never got that. So
Well, it's also
uh
not a Starfleet dock; it's a civilian dock, right?
I know that's what I mean. That's what from the outside it looks like sketchy shit going on all around. But what was the
Well,
real reason that the admirals
yeah.
decided to do this? As we said, because these people
Mm.
were attacking Federation
Oh,
trade
I see what
route
you mean. I see what
stuff, right? Like there's some kind of
you
compromise
mean.
going on
Ooh,
there.
Ray, you had a chance to write why you thought the other episode was good. Why didn't you? Ray put another giant thing, but you meant to tell us why you did like the dock, not just give us drinking money. Do both. Darn it.
What did Ray do now?
It's very nice. Which I mean, I
All
agree.
right.
Two shots is important.
Full shot each. I'm going
Oh,
to
oh.
make myself even more broke after buying Vegas passes.
At least YouTube gets almost none of it.
Yeah, so full shot each. Okay.
Okay.
This is the way.
Da 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 da. And it's funny you had a lesser time being given negatives. I think that's also saying it's a problem isn't what I'm trying to say, but another problem with the season is that it doesn't generate either side of the conversation quite as much. For us, now other people who hate episodes, that's fine, but we're more similar. If there's almost no superb highs and also very few lows except the first episode for us, then it's not as memorable, right? It is fun to bullshit '09 Into Darkness and Discovery Season 1. They're memorable because of the reasons they're bad. You know, I'm never gonna forget, Nero, Benedict Cumberbatch punching, being punched in the face by not Spock. It's absurd, right? It's always gonna stick with me, which is terrible.
Yes.
Okay, that got stronger. Yep. Okay. Yep. Yep. What do you think about that? The fact there's actually less negatives is almost a downside of the season. It seems like such a antithetical thing to say, but you know what I mean.
How would it be a downside to have less negatives?
Because there's less memorable and to talk about. So the season just feels like a more medium, so you're not going to remember it and be memorable.
Like pasteurized kind of season, yeah.
Right? It's, as I'm saying, it sounds like a weird thing, but we remember, like, people hate the yell. It's now memorable, right? We don't mind it, but because people talked about it, it became a big thing, right? I don't, yeah.
Let's see. Ray PayPal'd his thoughts. So let's see what he says here. He says, because what is Starfleet is a big question that comes from the point of someone with an agenda that they didn't give enough time to provide a counterpoint at the end. It was focused on the premise that Starfleet was military and not an exploratory fleet. There you go. That needs to fight. One example could have been discussing Archer's journey into space, not wanting to heavily militarize the ship and getting owned. This was Beto's journey and not a good documentary. Also, we had Beto for weeks. Where was all that footage? Yeah. Okay, so that's kind of the point, that it was his focus. The documentary storyteller wants to tell his story. So I get that the ending was a wrap up. Like, this is a family. This is where Spock can explore his human side. This is where, people can be accepted, whatever. So not a
Hey, Trek Talk.
not a drill down on what actually is Starfleet at the end. I'm not sure Beto himself even knows at the end, if I'm honest. Um, and yeah, all the other footage that Beto was taking yeah, I don't know where that he just decided not to use it. It didn't fit his agenda, maybe. Uh, It's just a very focused documentary on a particular mission.
And threefold path who comments on my comment says, I think I'd rather be forgettable than hated. Negativity can help, but in a short term, generate conversation, but long term, it hurts much more, in my opinion. For sure. But the episode can also have great good and great not good at the same time. You can have scenes that do both, right? But
Yeah.
forgettable, right? Enterprise, season 1, very forgettable in that regard, right? A lot of medium. It's fine. Right? I mean, this is for me personally. Season 2 is better, but again, I forget over half of those 2 seasons because it's just not very good. It's not bad, but it's not very good, right? Yeah. Okay, Ray's comment, really well said. Good job. But this is where I'm going to get the. Or do you have any other comments to say? Because I have a spiel about that.
Not really. I kind of said what I needed to say.
So I've made, I think, 7 docs at this point. You have yourself done 1 for 1, so congratulations. Docs are difficult in media because when I write a doc, I actually have assets from every show, and I have the canon brain to use the show around the doc to inform. Plus, I don't care if you think it's too long, because it has to be too long, right? I'm not constrained by the same whatever. So if I need to do a 1-minute tangent about the Klingons to set up this other thing, I will do it. If you've got a 45-minute episode or 50-minute where it's actually only about this show, and they don't have assets from the Enterprise era, they're not going to build sets, they're not going to hire people, none of that is on the table. Not a single thing. They're not going to put the money into it all the time. So all they are doing, really, even at stock, is about the narrative they're doing. I will go above and beyond to make the point, because mine are actually more documentaries, like in the truest sense of we're learning about the scene. I will set up the scene, Like, for example, Pedro could have said who he is and why he's on the ship. That could have been informative. You could have seen him do things like there are ways you can make it more documentary, whatever, which I get my way of doing. Just because it adds fan fun, but also I think it adds the texture. Even if you think it's too long, you understand the scene, because I take it as a truly in-universe doc, including getting things wrong. I will actively, like when in your doc, something about how we hope House Gorkon we think will be the great negative force. Like, no, he's a good guy, but not yet, right? We get things wrong because that's not what you know at the time, right? The Strange New Worlds doc was very much, this is the story of the episode in a doc format. There's not much else around that they were trying to do. They weren't trying to answer the question of what is Starfleet, really. Nor were they trying to make it Beto's story, really, or he would have had more of an impact. And they were trying to tell it in a spoilerific start-to-end form, meaning he did not if the doc was being true to itself, he might have revealed his reverse bias at the start. Because he's editing the doc after he's already had the revelation he's now for Starfleet. So that might have found its way back into the start. But because it's a story where they wanted to feel a certain way about him, it has to be a journey of negativity to the end where it's positive. But the man who's editing it wouldn't normally let that happen. You would do your bit after the fact and it would be differently toned. That's important. So to keep that sort of structure, it's not how you do a real doc, because it makes the guy look bad, but then he's doing that to himself and he wouldn't do that, and it's not needed if he thinks different at the end, right? You know what I mean? So it's very much a story in a doc format, not a doc. So I'm not going to criticize it for not doing doc things, but it was not trying to. Because it was not trying to, right? It's like a doc wouldn't just use, like a real one wouldn't just use like GoPro shots from outside the hull. Would have done more elaborate space shots just to kind of show it. You wouldn't limit it just to from the view screen. Like it'd do more but that's because it'd be a doc. You'd actually have cameras. You'd actually would be shooting it, right? So it's the narrative structure kept it back, but it was totally intentional, right? It was truly a doc, that'd be different. Sorry, the long explanation. I was trying to, whatever. Just the way they did
it. I appreciate you said all that actually, because it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Look at that, Olivia, $5. I am so sorry I'm late. Hashtag Sam drinks. Of course.
Yes.
Glad you could make it.
I can too. Olivia, look at the PayPal bonus chart. Also, quick question, guys. Who in the chat would want to be and super chat for a Drunkyards Live, where Marie, my long-term other half, would come on, and she's almost finished TNG and do a ranking all of TNG Marie style. Who would do a Drunkyards Live for that? Because that could be a lot of fun, or not. Let me know. Because she's almost there. I want to know what she thinks of good episodes. I don't know. I know she likes a few, but I'm interested to see which one she really likes, or doesn't. Let us know if you're interested. But she has to be drinking to make her bit of talk, as you know, Stuart.
Yes. Yeah.
But I think that could be a lot of fun because she'll have unique perspectives, right? Especially if she's lived. No offense to our lovely chat, but she's done more Trek than you've all done. She's actually lived in the show and done more episodes and done more uniform.
You know what they need?
Done more scenes. Yeah, it's quite a unique perspective.
You know what we need to do is a special edition Drunkyards that's just Sylvia and Marie
I know.
talking about TNG. We're not even involved. We're just off camera.
We're just watching it like in our living rooms with a phone so we can talk. With video
calling. We can chat in. We can super chat in if we want to. kind of productive, but
well, PayPal, sure. I don't want to waste the fees.
Yeah, that's true.
Can you imagine PayPal losing 39 cents a PayPal just for the sake of having them read out our comments? Oh, that'd be great. Yeah. But there's another PayPal, Stuart, which we obviously appreciate. And I'm always down at my first sippy sip, which is great.
And you still haven't changed your uniform yet.
We'll get there, don't worry.
All right, next up we've got Sean O'Sullivan, who sends $3. At viewers goalie. What is the first duty? Double drink for wrong answer. The truth.
Yeah, to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
So help me, Space Koala.
Yes.
Yes,
whether it be personal truth, historic truth. Yeah, I can't remember the whole speech, but
yes. All right, Stuart, that was a great.
I'll have a drink.
Yep. Okay. Do you have? Because obviously we can't physically go through the episodes picture by picture, guys. It's way too many. Do you have the files so you can scroll through episode 1?
Of course I do.
Excellent. All right, episode 1. I am scrolling to remind myself. How do you feel now having seen the season? Episode 1, Hegemony Part 2, which, as Dan said, half is a Gorn episode on a Gorn ship, and a third a space battle, and then the third, the sun science bullshit.
A lot of it didn't make any sense, especially the ending. Still not clear as to what the hell that was between the two suns, whether that was a gateway to their system, whether their system is literally around those two suns and just their planet is invisible. There's not an explanation. It's bullshit. The fact that La'an woke herself up out of the digestive chamber tube thing just because plot armor. and as a result, got everybody else out. While some of them are half like it's like fingers missing and shit. Stupid, dumb. The fact that they knew how to use the Gorn technology. I mean, La'an kind of okay, maybe has a little bit of a heads up in that regard, so that's fine. But Ortigas being able to fly the goddamn ship, first time being in it, lying on it with an open chest wound, bleeding all over everything, silliness, dumbness, stupid. I think that sums up the episode. I can't think of anything else that would be in the episode that we were talking about.
Well, that then brings up though, how does then it feel having seen the season, knowing that she doesn't die, not that she was going to like the things that might have had more impact. How do they feel now, having seen the entire season? Because now it's we're proper retrospect here. We can now think about.
You mean you're talking about Ortigas?
Oh, the episode. Now we've seen the context, of the whole episode. How does it like? Because now the things that could have been payoffs now have, you know them, right?
There's nothing much going on in that regard. The fingers thing is mentioned like twice, I think,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like, yeah, I'm fine, kind of thing. Um, no real character growth. I mean, if we thought the PTSD was going to be a bigger deal because of
Mm-hmm.
episode two,
Mm-hmm.
it's not really. It was that episode, and then it kind of showed up again in Terrarium,
Yeah.
which was immediately dealt with. So it wasn't a huge
Mm-hmm.
issue in that regard. It's not very much payoff, if I'm honest. So it kind of makes the episode worse because you know that nothing in the episode really means anything. Because even the Gorn going into hibernation is we see the Gorn in Terrarium. Shouldn't they have been in hibernation? Is it a different time? Was it time dilation because of the wormhole? Or is it who fucking knows? Are they all in hibernation? Is it just that they're just not aggressive? I think that's implied in this episode that they're just not in their aggressive like expansion phase where they're going out and infecting people. So hibernation doesn't literally mean hibernation. It means an area, a time of calmness, not feral activity, I guess. So I don't know. So talking myself in circles here. I didn't expect this to be like a full review. God damn it.
You're welcome.
I'm not prepared.
I
I'm
am not
fucking feeling some
amused.
of my alcohol, so it's
Yes.
fine.
Yeah, it's so interesting because I'm kind of appreciative that the PTSD wasn't a giant over the top,
Yeah.
every week.
They could have really gone over the top with that.
That's what I
Yeah.
mean. I mean, not that it's bad, but in BSG, once everyone gets post Caprica, new Caprica, everyone's
Mm.
broken and it is so drawn out from everybody. Like it ruins half the characters on purpose. But to my disagreement, I like them better in season 1 and 2. So for me, it hurts the show. Right. So the fact that
Yeah, I
Ortigas
agree.
bounces back is interesting. That it you didn't. They needed, I think, 2 more touchstones of it. I guess episodes 3 to 6, 7. Small things, right? Maybe about physical therapy or about or she saw a Gorn in her nightmare, but actually she was able to deal with it. Like some build up, just something else. Because I'm sure there was other things in her year, but seeing a Gorn, like her leaving the party was enough, right? To see a Gorn in a mirror is oh shit, nothing.
Well, it wasn't a mirror. It was a window, and it was just a
Well, her
reflection
reflection.
to show us what she was
But
thinking of.
that's the problem. That set you at a 9 of anticipation, and it is a 0 in terms of like effect in that regard. So I think it was. I'm glad they didn't do the thing, but don't do the big bold end because now the ending feels a little bit sillier. It feels more like a guy in a suit is now standing outside of this shot, just a bit. But I appreciate at least it wasn't over the palm. So it's interesting in that regard. Although that was episode 2, so it wasn't quite this episode, but that was I'm saying the PTSD ness.
Mhm.
Um,
And the other thing with this episode is Patel, where
mm,
she can't be put into cryo because she's allergic to the cryo medication,
mm,
and so they're dealing with that, and that's kind of an ongoing thing this season where they have to go get the flour and all that stuff to
mm. Yeah, the start of the end of everything.
yeah. I want to read some super chats while we think.
Yeah.
Olivia Julius, $10. Ladies and gentlemen, your mission is clear. Sam is still somehow sober. Let's teach this Englishman here what really drunk is. Hashtag Sam drinks. That's a half shot for $10, man. Just saying. And then Solaris, the long hauler rail fan, throws in $20. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
beautiful. Thanks so much.
A good option is the way Thea B5, Thea B5 did an episode called 36 Hours on Babylon 5 that was portrayed in the middle of the Centauri and Narn War and would really be nice to turn off super chat spell check, Phil.
Has what?
Really be nice to turn off super chat spell check, Phil.
Do you mean like it changes the language, like it can't do certain things? If it won't let you swear.
You think he means autofill, like it predicts what your next thing's going to be?
Oh, damn.
Maybe. I
Didn't
don't
know it
know.
did that. That's crazy. Well, thank you. That's
Spell check.
awesome.
Yeah, spell check Phil. Anyway, so $20, that is a full shot. Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
It is unfair, though, to compare these little shows just to Babylon 5. It's right, because it was all about character and all about story and all about planning and all about, so just impractical a statement. And yes, you've got to sit through. That's not the right way of phrasing it, but the less refined filmmaking techniques. I'll say that the less ability to be dynamic, what with the way the cameras they had, etc. But then you compare that to some of the absurd movements in in A Strange World, where they can just run the camera around. I don't need that. I'd be happy with less of that. So yeah, but yeah, you can't really compare the writing and the plotting and it's not really fair. Yeah.
Let's see. Marcus says the PTSD thing was solved by Una dressing her down and sending her for a 2-week session with the drill sergeant. Not really, no.
Yeah, and that also felt disingenuous as well, because she got. I mean, it's not this episode, right? So we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but she only didn't get away with it because she's not the main character. Pike was way worse this season than that, and obviously it's fine.
Yeah, Pike was definitely going off the books quite a bit.
Yeah, that feels worse in comparison now, but that's not this episode. But yeah, this episode, it's not as bad as it could have been. But you have to stop thinking. It's not. It's a very JJ episode, right? In comparison, I'm remembering the first bit. The fact that the Emperor doesn't even fire a weapon. It's not a space battle. It's we're barely doing anything. The size of the ship is silly. Doesn't add anything. The fact they get, again, time and space don't matter. They get to the edge of the space to find a fleet that it can't be there. Blah blah. Just, you lose all sense of. It's exactly the same as Into Darkness, where they can warp to their Klingon homeworld that day.
That's just an ongoing thing with Strange New Worlds, unfortunately.
But it means that you're left at the end of Into Darkness saying, "Oh, if the Klingons want to fight back, we'll see them tomorrow." A war will be over in a day. Like it's like literally you fighting the guy down your street. It can't be a very long war if he's that close. You can't have tension in the way that reality has, so that diverts it down. I could see, again, knowing the season, rewatching this or skimming, I would love now to have seen something with Patel that hinted at her superpowers, because in theory, she's already the statue, right? She is, was, never, has always been, will never be the statue. Irrespective of what she is now, she's got the statue's DNA inside her as one of 1/3, right? So having now seen the season, I really could have done with somewhere in the dialogue when they're doing the procedure on her. There's some line offline about how, there's a 1 out of a million chance that this would work. I guess she's just very strong, right?
Yeah.
Because also in Destiny and Fate, she can't die, but a bit more playing into this absurd situation, or there's a very small moment where she heals a bit too quick, or something that just gives us. It doesn't make a lot of sense in the grand scheme, but if you're set up as a god being, you could have done something to kind of give something else there. I don't know what, right? But I don't know.
Yeah.
One hint, potentially. And we did get over the Spock and Chapel stuff. That feels like a very small part of the season. End up being. I think it's good.
Oh, yes.
And
Ah,
one of the very few Pelia appearances. She's actually very little in the season.
but when she is, she's pretty noticeable.
Thanks for noticeable, not good there. Because, yeah, she's always noticeable.
Yeah.
Oh, and a funny, this is, as I'm scrolling, an example of Pike would rather walk into his turbolift, say, Science Lab 3, walk down a corridor, then going, to the engineering room. That's what intercoms are for, guys. You know, you can't see it, but on the chair. Scotty, how's it going? Yes, Captain, we've just done the thing, the thing. Why is he walking down there? I know, but you know. And I'm actually kind of intrigued. I've got this shot of him. I want to send this to you via the stream. Because did they want to use a communicator this season?
Yes. I seem to recall at least one communicator shot. I think it was Lahan maybe holding it.
Because I just found this, and I feel like I know the Stranger Worlds communicator a decent amount. I don't actually own one yet, but there's this shot. That's when I said he keeps coming in, you know, he doesn't want to use the communicator. But do you have a Stranger Worlds communicator yet?
I do not know.
Take a look at that, because that to me looks very TOS compared to the Stranger Worlds communicator, which I feel like is a slightly different shape.
Well, as you know, I have to wait for the delay.
Like, I'm sure it's the right one, but that angle looks odd to me. Just a tad.
Still waiting. Delay on live is awesome.
It is, yeah. We love a delay. Yeah, and there's the prop. I guess it is that thin, but
Yeah, I mean, does seem a little bit thinner than the TOS one for sure, doesn't it?
well, it does, but it just feels so TOS though in general.
Yes.
I know it just stands out. I don't remember that on his belt. I don't think he's using TOS communicators, but boy, that's, you know, effective at blending as a communicator. Want more communicators, guys? They're great. So, what in this episode do you think is better now, having done the season? Does anything elevate in your mind? I know, that is a hard question. Before we get into scores. And you guys give me some closing thoughts on the episode as well. Well, actually, as you're thinking, let me end the poll and do one about this episode as we finish off. I asked the question, which is the best season of Stranger Worlds? And to reiterate, guys, before the season started, you were like 60% season 3. 21 votes, but still 52% season 1, 43% season 2, 5% season 3. That is one person. That is far worse than I thought it was going to be for season 3. Wow.
Yeah. All right. No, I can't think of anything that is better after having watched the entire season. No, nothing is coming to mind. Do you have an answer for that yourself?
After the poll.
After the poll. Okay. Fine. Be that way. Anyway, guys, super chat in, PayPal in. Let us know your thoughts. Get us to drink. I mean, I'm feeling my liquor a little bit, so
Thanks to everyone who's making that a reality. So we'll get to the end episode and we'll have some thoughts.
Sure, we will.
And do PayPal to get the double value. And almost do a costume change. I actually got 3 out already in the room, so that's great.
So what is your final score for Stranger World Season 3, Episode 1, Gemini Part 2? 1 to 3, bad. 9 to 10, amazing. 4 to 6, okay. Or 7 to 8, good. Go vote.
For me, I think this episode... It's nice to see Pike doing something. I know that sounds harsh, but I know you'll know what I mean. So that feels better in retrospect. To be like, this is a Pike-centric episode. Right? April. Yeah. The Federation feel is strong in this one. So that, I'm trying to think of little things, right, is better. And I like them, but at least knowing all the episodes they don't explain stuff. I at least appreciate they did at least give a reason why they have their weapons for the poop shoot. Like at least they try and explain something in a sea of non-explanations, because that would have been like, ugh.
Yeah, anything that they can't digest, it just expels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I also think now, having seen the season, the fact the entire last third was so poorly explained feels like par for the course of the season, because that happened several times. Not to that extent, but it feels like they just don't have the answers. So now it's less annoying because the whole season does it a few times. It's still bad, but not... Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, vote in the poll, guys. While I get up the review chart, we're gonna re-review it. And in fact, you know, I'm not actually gonna look at my old score. I'll keep it black. I'll keep it flat for you as well, so I don't know. And then we'll compare and see how we feel. Okay, so without seeing the scores, season 3. So put your final score, guy. Stuart, Sam. Season. Okay, Stuart. So now, having vaguely re-talked about it, what are you going to give it in this season? Now, a true metric we can give. How is the score? And then for all the Stranger Worlds, out of 10. And guys, vote now before we go to the second one.
We're doing this season and then out of Stranger Worlds.
Yes, this season. I mean, I guess that's enjoyment factor as well. But I mean, that's kind of we tend to combine that in the same metric. But that first one is.
I know it's going to be lower than my first fucking score, so it's going to be 4. I'm going to give it a 4.8.
Okay.
For this season.
Okay.
For all Strange New Worlds, it's probably going to get around a 4.6.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, this is the worst of the season. It's not even a question by a substantial margin, because the last third is sort of nonsensical. I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna be generous. Give it a 3.7. For this season / enjoyment, I did not enjoy it because of the problems. And Whole Stranger Worlds will get a 3.5, so it is the bottom third of the season overall, which I think is very, very fair. And that does sound harsh, but it is not a good episode, and I would not choose to watch it again, particularly. It does so little to bring itself back. And when you know good episodes, this thing is so far away from those, right? Okay, we're a bit brutal there, Stuart. Originally, are you ready? Stuart Foley of Trekyards went from Ace. He just gave it a 4.8. Originally, he gave it 6.6. Down.
I was going to go 6.7.
Down by quite a bit. For All Stranger Worlds, 6.3, and now a 4.6. So he's gone down 2-ish points for both. However, we let you rescore it halfway through the season, and you lowered it to 5.3 and 5.8. So you've once again lowered it into the fours. How do you feel about that, Stuart?
Sounds pretty accurate, if I'm honest.
I originally gave it a 6 out of 10, and I went down to a 3.7. But for All Strange Worlds, I gave it a 4, and went down to a 3.5. So me knew that the whole season it was terrible. I just didn't know the season yet. So I've almost halved, but I've kept my full season consistent, which is odd that I had such a dramatic departure. Damn. Okay. Damn. Well, okay then.
Damn.
Yeah. We never have to talk about it again.
It's not true, though. It'll come up, I'm sure. Got some super chats, though. Olivia, $5.
Oh.
Did you know if Sam gets 5 $100 super chats, I guess, hashtag Sam drinks super chats. Oh, yes, 5 $100 Sam drinks super chats. He will perform the fan dance. Hashtag Sam drinks.
She's not wrong, but she's also not right. Take that as you will.
Solaris, the long hauler rail fan, $5.
Thank you so much.
Would be interesting to see a similar episode.
We passed that a while ago. Let us know what you're referring to. Remind us.
Yes, please remind us.
And also, 2 more PayPal as well, which is absolutely tremendous. Thanks, guys, for taking us up on that. Because we are raring, and we are gonna regret this. I know we are if we get absolutely fucked. But that's okay. That's part of the fun to see us lose control.
Okay, let's see. We got
Vote in the poll. Vote in the poll.
Yes, go vote in the poll. Sean O'Sullivan, $3. At Sandwich Stockist. A British tar is from what musical? Hashtag double or nothing.
HMS Pinafore. Is that the name of
Yes.
the? Is that the name of the play or the person who wrote it?
It's not the name of the person that wrote it, that's for sure. But the HMS Pinafore is, I believe, the play. Either that or Pirates of Penzance.
Yeah, one of those things. Thank you. I'll do a little sip. I'm out of this. I've gone through a first cider, so I'll do this for them there.
And Ray Ricks throws in 20. Wow.
Cheers, of course.
What does 20 get us here?
More than a full shot.
Half a shot both. Oh, okay.
He even said. Very helpful.
All right.
I'm fully out, so I'll be back in a second.
Perfect. Cheers. Thank you. It's half shot. Thank you, Ray. Apple Crown Royal. Sorry, guys, just having an issue here with my equipment. Appears to have been rectified. We shall see. Anyway. Yes, Gilbert and Sullivan did indeed write the musical. What's it called though? Is it Pirates of Penzance or is it HMS Pinafore? HMS Pinafore is the ship, I'm pretty sure. Don't know.
Stuart.
Listen, hey, look, Sam's back.
Stuart. Do you want early, mid, or late for uniform? I've got 3 on the bed.
Early.
Okay.
Early.
Okay.
Bye. He's going to be listening to me, so I got to be nice. Neil Hammersmith, Trekyards, will you do a review of JTFX Wolf 359, The Massacre Part 2? Probably not, no. We don't tend to review fan film things, although there are a lot of really cool ships in that. Don't know if he'll review it or not. Probably not, though. Might take a look at some of the ships, because there is a Constitution class, but it's not a Constitution class. It's the one with the nacelles on sideways, like the model that's behind Geordi in one of the episodes, which I thought was an interesting idea for sure. So There's a lot of really cool ships in that. He did a really good job with it. I think it really was enjoyable to watch. So yeah, HMS Pinafore is the play. Sam wins. Dun dun dun. There you go, Sam. He's listening. I know he is. He can smile with pride that he won that. I was in that play too in public school. I should have known that. Where the hell's Pirates Penzance come from then? Because there's another movie that I like that's a musical called The Pirate Movie, which is very strongly influenced by Gilbert and Sullivan and the what is the Pirates Penzance? Neil Hammersmith. I saw Probert's original Ambassador class. Yeah, there was quite a few different ships in that. So. So hit the like button, guys. 27 of you here, 22 likes. Let's get those likes up to 30. Make sure you vote in the poll. There's currently 13 votes. I think we could do a little bit better, but we're voting for the Hegemony Part 2, which is episode 1 of season 3 of Strange New Worlds. So go vote your ranking. Ray Ricks is another Pirates Band is another Gilbert and Sullivan opera. Okay, well there you go. Sam says, by the way, your audio sounds really good. Yay. Yeah, baby. You should hear my ASMR. You know you like it. I'm glad the audio sounds good. I think Zoom does a better job than Google Hangouts or whatever the hell it's called. So the videos are much better as well. As soon as we switched to this, it was just so much crystal clear in comparison. So Shanna Sullivan, just two different seafaring Gilbert and Sullivan musicals. Yes. Bum bum bum. I don't know. Yeah, it must have been in HMS Pinafore because the British Star is a soaring star. Free as a mountain bird. I do remember doing that on stage. I was just one of the seamen. I was one of the seamen in the back. Yeah, I was a sailor. Wasn't one of the main actors or anything. I was just background, you know. But still getting paid residuals from that. I'm just kidding. It was a public school performance. It's fine. I don't remember much of it. I remember this one song in particular. I remember had the spotlights and the people in front of me doing their thing and me trying to remember my lines and seeing the black void that is where the audience was, being nervous. But that's about all I remember from that. And actually, right after my part was done, getting off the stage, going out to the hallway, and chilling with my friends. That's about all I remember. That's not late or early era. What the hell? You
I'm back.
did video and first visual artifacts.
I'm back. All right.
That's not an early uniform.
It is. I have 3 on the bed and it's the earliest.
Uh,
That's why I didn't specify what, where, how, or who. Yes. Alright. I've now got a cider dark fruit by... Oh, Sainsbury's. Actual home brand. Okay. Fair enough. In the freezer for a while. Did I take one out of the freezer? Oh, I didn't. I probably should. I probably should. It might explode.
Go take it out of the freezer. It's getting comfortable in this seat. Anyhow, yeah, he's got to go do things and get things out of the freezer so they don't freeze and explode and burst all over the place. And, you know, anyway, I don't. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. That's what I'm saying.
Pass me did, he just forgot.
What?
Pass me did, he just forgot. Get out the freezer. Good stuff. All right.
Oh, good.
Oh, okay. It's like a you have Ribena, don't you? Over there.
Let's see the artwork on that.
Reminds me of one of those it's like a building in Metropolis, one of the films that's like a the lines or
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, really cool.
It reminds me of Ribena, which I'm sure you have. Famous Ribena.
Yeah.
Oh damn. Ribena classic grape, not grape. Grape? No. I should know.
I
I've
don't
drank this since
know.
I was like 1.
Wow.
Anyway, sorry, season 3, episode 2, Stuart. But what do people think of episode 1? Oh dear, we are disagreed with. We gave it 3s and 4s, and with 17 votes, the winner is good at 7/8 out of 10. Second winner is okay, 6 out of 10, 35%. Agrees with us, bad, 18%, and amazing, 6%. So they disagree with us, Stuart. Disagree.
Well, Donnie would be in the upper echelon there. He'd be at the 9 out of 10
Mm-hmm.
because he loved that episode. Best of the season for him.
Good for him. Episode 2, Stuart, as you skim, what are you thinking now, many times later?
Enjoyed this. Enjoyed seeing the ships at the beginning. I enjoyed seeing Trelane back. I mean, not confirmed that it's Trelane. It's never said, but it's clearly Trelane. They did a really good job with him, the actor and the wardrobe department. And I remember calling at the time that there's going to be a thing with Spock and Lon because of this. And sure as shit, there was. So I was right. I was right. uh, I really loved Corby in this one. Corby and Spock's interactions were fantastic. I love that everybody saw him as like an Andorian and or a Vulcan. Nobody saw his true form.
Mm.
Uh, and then the ending to have John Delancey come in as an omnipotent being, which I think was a nice,
As
nod
dad?
to nod to the awesomeness that is John Delancey, and to neither confirm nor deny that in fact Trelane is a Q. I personally believe he's not. You also believe he's not, but he's definitely not Q Junior from Voyager. And you know, they could have gone one way or the other. They could have said confirmed that he was going back to the continuum. That's Q. A lot of things they could have done. They didn't. They left it vague. Also, the introduction of Beto and Uhura kind of having a relationship here. Thought that the ending with the wedding and then Pike's awkwardness of like, oh, this doesn't happen every day. We're celebrating the centennial of the Federation and all that was really well done. Seeing the dance at the end, getting the more modern type music as opposed to classical shit, which you always get in Star Trek, which I guess this would be classical for them still, but and then it's such a uplifting, like fun episode, the whole thing. And then for the last like 30 seconds or a minute, you get Ortigas that leaves. Pike notices something's up, and then you get Ortigas in her quarters with the Gorn PTSD reflection, not really there, vibe going on. It's a really dark way to end a fun episode. But I think the interactions are all really great. Sam Kirk's in this one, which I love when Sam Kirk shows up. There's a lot to like about this one, and I really enjoyed the hell out of it. So, but again, they didn't double down, and they could have. They could have confirmed a bunch of things, and they didn't. So, kudos to them, I guess. But yeah, it was a fun episode.
Yeah, this one I'm having such an interesting cognitive distance with, like scroll. And I'm
Mhm.
so intrigued by it. I'm scrolling, I'm like, good scene, good scene, good scene, good scene, good scene, good scene. Oh, the end.
Yes.
Everything is great. And some things are better now with the season. And I'm really happy to see, and I'm happy to say that. But for whatever reason, the fact that they took the coward's way out to do nothing with the end, as in both and neither, pisses me off more. And that the only thing that gives this a giant shadow of quality, because it hurt and yet hindered and yet improved things all at the same time. If it had just been that and another actor to play the mum, and it clearly isn't Lady Q, so
Susie Klassen.
therefore John is just being a fun reference. He's not obviously, and they say more son, and they say something far more like Scribe Gothos, where we've told you it's inappropriate to play with humans, or it's something more like Q's obviously wouldn't say. Like if it was more anti-Q dialogue, I still think he's not acting like Q, but had it been very more literal to that tone, because if you watch Trelane, Donald Lancey of the Squire Gothos, it's non-Q dialogue because they're very polite to humans. Doesn't make a lick of sense, especially now they're canonicizing that's John Delancey's voice in Squire of Gothos after Voyager, when he's been pissing around with humans for the last 1,000 years, right? And that dialogue doesn't work in any way for Q, right? Not as in 12 Gothos, but now if you are tying it in. So how they just went full double down with Trelane, called him Trelane, not done the snap, it would have been the best of the season by an absolute mile. But one thing shadows it so strongly that it just leaves a disappointing aftertaste. But there's so much good shit in this of just like clever choices that I'm rewatching. Like, yes, this is, now in retrospect, yeah, I still love the getting changed gag. Great, really clever. The dancing now means a lot more. It was good then. It's better now because they're not forcing it. You sensed it. I was not convinced, but that's not because I didn't believe you. Just we'll see, right? But it works very well. It paid off super well. The Sky stuff's good. The Corby stuff's great. The Love Triangle stuff's great because it shows how nice La'an is with him organically. And like Spock tries harder with Chapel. You could like the way he's acting is more love me, whereas with La'an he's just himself. There's no right. That's why it's effortless. That plays better now, having seen the season, so that's really good. Corby's great. I like Beto more from the dock because he comes through at the end. The kid's sadder now. He gets killed twice. Whatever his name is, that's good. Patel doesn't work quite as well second time because, again, give us some hint of powers, but doubles down the relationship, right? So one aspect's better, one aspect not quite as good, but you need it either way. And Trelane's great. The alternate universe stuff's great. The fun stuff's great. I would have loved to see once of him as Andorian for realsies.
Yeah.
One shot, even as a different actor, because he was being played by a different actor in the makeup, but like one would have been nice, but and the fact that Corby is not the hero character, and yet he's the only one that knows the truth of the reality, that's not been done before. It's always the hero, and that's a really, really good twist. Man, it's just the ending, man. It's like our last, like you said, 2 minutes. The beauty of her dress and the way that last scene's played, it's just all so good, and then it just isn't. Oh, man.
Doesn't ruin the episode, though, because it's easily just a hanger on at the end.
But it stops from being this just glorious piece. It gives the aftertaste of, yeah, but. Oh, man. Yeah. If they want to double down as young Q, they could easily just had a scene where, Q, as in say, confirm as Q, if he clicks him out, and then we cut to a void, and now John Lotz's son comes back to play him, because now he's like how he sees him, like the way they see each other. This is how he's projecting himself to these guys. Explain that when he's with his dad, he looks one way, which is why when you meet him in Voyager, he looks one way, but he has a personal persona to the world as well. That would have been amazing, right? There's ways you could have made it just like easily 9.5 out of 10. Oh, what do you guys think? What do you guys think?
Yeah, go vote on the poll, guys. Super chat in, PayPal in, have a few more drinks would be awesome.
Got loads left. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm like less annoyed about it now. I'm just slightly sad about the choice they made. Especially as if we do take it at face value, the trailer now Q and now these guys. These guys' homeworld is that place with the prison, and they're the ones that fought the Vetica, whatever. It's like, oh. That's all confirmed canon. Why didn't the Q just come in and stop them? In the episode, right? Any Q can just snap them into not being, right? They continue to have a say. Well, if they care about a lot of other weird stuff, right?
Exactly. They've moved on.
And your green wraparound. That came back for no particular reason.
Mhm. But Chilean's wardrobe was on point,
Uh-huh.
even down to the medals, which was great.
As I've said, Bernadette and her team did just all around a wonderful job across the board. They overachieved pretty much in every episode. Good for
Mhm.
them. Right? Good for them. And a good use of the LED wall this episode. Having that nice curved dome set. It's simple, it's basic, but it works. Good use of the LED wall.
Mm. And let's not forget the ships at the beginning, because you got to see some of the ships around the space station.
You can forget really easily because they're not really a big part in any way of the episode. Very dense episode.
Big thing for me, considering we saw new ships in the opening, and then episode 2 we see new ships at the beginning, including like a Larson class, and then it's like, yeah, never to be seen again. Shit.
Yeah, but as I'm scrolling, they don't even come in the scroll, right? They're such a small part of the episode. But yeah.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
No, I know. For us, yes. I'm just saying for a normal person, as a reviewer, they aren't going to change the
Yeah.
metric very much. And another episode where they love giving everyone civilian gear. Happens a lot this season. Just have them wear just something's just a bit off, but in a good way.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, Ethan's sad acting is so much across this season, which sounds a weird thing to say, but I mean, like this face, bring up on the live, it's just like he shouldn't be too emotive, but he can nail that line of like he is right there. Like he can't control himself. Because that's fair enough, right? You can be pushed too far.
General Grievous puts in $2. Did the
Hey,
Q take the ancient hands off or eye policy? Yeah,
good reference.
maybe.
And yet, all that bullshit with Voyager, right? You know, doesn't really make sense. They're not non-dealing with people. They do deal with stuff. It's fine. But yeah, if you look at live, like that face, he's flat, but he's expressing so much. Is that too emotion filled? Because I could argue both ways. What do you think? What are you going to say on that?
I can't see the image yet.
There
so
we go.
There's nothing I can do to
I know.
advance it. Okay, so what are you asking me about this picture now?
I said Ethan has a great range of emotions, but is that too emotive for Spock, or is that pushing the line where you still buy it?
I still buy that. I think he does a really good job with everything he does this season, actually. And yeah, the kind of contempt in his face there, but still looking stoic, I think is really good.
I mean, yeah, it does help. If you didn't have the teary eyes, it wouldn't be as effective. But because you can have an involuntary reaction. It's like if you ever do the eating spice challenge and you're flat, but you're red and you're dripping. Well, you can't control it. So I'm seeing a lot of stuff he's not controlling as the character because everything else is flat. But it's such a nuanced, like, I buy that. It'd be weird to see Nimoy looking like this. It would, but this works for me still. So well done for them, because if Quinto did this, he'd probably do more with his mouth and like It's like but there's still like if you cut out the eyes, it's flat. But if you take it in, it's yeah. But yeah, guys, keep doing the drinks. We've got plenty of booze. I prepared for this, so keep submitting.
Yes.
Keep submitting. Episode 2, though, Stu, I guess we can go into the scores. So what are you going to give this for this season and for Whole of Strange New Worlds in this retrospective vibe?
For this season, I want to give it an 8.9. For All the Strange New Worlds, 8.4. It's kind of where my gut's telling me to do, so yeah.
What do you think you gave it last time? Which I don't have in front of me yet. What do you think you gave it?
Probably a 9.2 for personal.
Are you lowering the score because of the whole season, or because now you're watching it and you're more dulled by the end?
I fucked up my scoring when I first did it, so I'm trying to correct that now.
Yeah. That's
I
fine.
kind of overcompensated a little bit,
Yeah.
so it got hard to like delineate after that.
Hmm. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, the excitement of the episode and yeah, easily done. Having seen the season, I'm gonna unabashedly say this is a 9.3 for the season. Yep, 100% in the nines because it is. It's one of the best of the season, hands down. Whole of Stranger Worlds, yeah, definitely top 10. It's only 30. It's not necessarily a high bar. Probably top 7. Yes,
Maybe.
maybe.
Yeah, it's funny because I was originally going to 9.2 again, but I'm gonna lower it to 8.9. I'm still gonna keep mine.
Fair, fair, fair. Whole Stranger Worlds, again, it's better than most of the episodes. I'm going to say a flat 9 for Stranger Worlds. I think it just ekes in because everything's so good until the end, but it is a 1 point lower, which is a lot for one thing, but it is the crux of the episode, right?
Yeah.
Now, what did we say last time? Because that's an interesting. Okay, so you just gave it 8.9, 8.4. Originally, 9.4 and 9.1. So
Oh, so it's so close to my guesses.
so you went down 0.5 for the season. You went
Yeah.
down 0.6 for All Stranger Worlds.
Yeah.
Right. I gave it 9.5, so I did it down by 0.2, and 9.4. So actually, yes, I went down 0.2 and 0.4. So a little recalibration, but not that much. So okay, okay. I think it still gets in the nines. That's one big takeaway. Is it's still a 9 worth.
Yeah.
Just not much into the nines. Okay, what does the poll say?
The poll with 19 votes. 7 to 8 good wins with 47 or 50% because it just got another vote, 20 votes. Second place is 4 to 6. It was okay.
Okay.
10% say it's 9 or 10,
Okay. Yeah.
and bad at 1 to 3.
Okay. Okay. So we're over positive compared to the fans, give or take.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I still feel like my second scoring there is too low, but it's fine. I'm gonna leave it.
Okay. Gives you more space for better things.
Because
Hey,
originally,
Jeff. Good to see you. Yeah.
as you were talking about it, and after I talked about it, I was like, I'm gonna give it a 9.2, and then I'm like, wait a minute, should I give it an? I don't know. Anyway, so I lowered it to 8.9. Don't want to be too kind.
Yeah, but I also want, for me, I like having the contrasts. When things just work almost entirely, I want to make sure I highlight that. Hmm.
Yeah.
Fair, fair, fair. All right, episode 3, the
Shout out to Ken
zombie
Forey.
one. Yeah, skim the episode and tell me your new thoughts while I do the new poll.
So yeah, this is where they have to go with the Chimera flower to help out Patel. Um, Pike decides to not ask for permission, just go to this forbidden planet um, to do it because why not? You know, they get there, they see a bunch of skeletons of Klingon warriors from the war. This was a important research facility at the time. Uh, yeah, then the Klingons show up and we get an explanation as to what was going on in the research there. They were trying to improve the grain situation with this chimera flower, and it ended up infecting everybody and basically making zombies. We do get a moment aboard ship that Spock mind melds with Batel for some reason that I can't recall,
To
and
stop
we
her
get the
pain. He cybox her.
oh yes, because that's why they're here because she's going through a bunch of shit, so they need the flower. Yes, that's right. Um, and he gets Gorn vision for a minute.
Which is not actually Gorn vision. Like, in the sense of, like, it's not a direct link to Gorn as we thought it might have been.
Yeah, and Gamble's there as well. He gets pushed away. Uh, this is also the Ortegas episode where she's like wanting to push the limits. She wants to like. Is this the one? Now I'm confused. Is this the one where she like wants to just go in and rescue them? Yes, it is. Because she's ordered to go a certain speed, and she goes past that because they could be dying, whatever. So she gets disciplined by Una at the end. Una's got the unique kind of hairstyle, which is obviously because they had to do a zero G segment, which was great to see. I'd love to see the artificial gravity go down. So bonus points for that. Um, but we learn about the dishonored Klingon lady who was the daughter of the guy from season 2 that um, Mbanga killed. Get that whole thing going on. And then, yeah, we get the in atmosphere, like Enterprise through the atmosphere. Really great visuals. And then they get rescued, and they get the Chimera flower. Oh, and Pike also finds out that Patel made this decision without talking to him because she wants to get better, and she talked to Mbanga and Spock. They knew about it. Nobody told Pike, and he gets a little butthurt, and then he gets yelled at because it wasn't about him. It's not his decision, which I both do and do not agree with, but that's one of those things. So that's the episode in a nutshell. Basically, a zombie episode. There's a lot more to it now that I've gone through it than I remembered. I remember just the kind of zombie stuff. I forgot about the Ortegas rule breaking being specifically in this episode, and also the atmosphere like Enterprise shot, which is glorious to see. And also the mind meld thing. I completely forgotten about that. So yeah, there's more there than I thought, but it boils down at the end of the day after you watch it, and it's the zombie episode, and so you don't remember a lot of the nuance that's going on in there.
Zombies. They're not bad, but
Yeah.
they're not good zombies, right?
Yeah. So there you go.
Well, then the question is, how, reskimming it, how does it feel after the whole season and we know where it's going, etc.? Because obviously directly is the Patel stuff, right? This is far more connected. How does it feel now compared to the whole season in context?
I don't know if it adds any real context. Um, you get, I mean, you get a little bit of hint of what's going on with Patel with the mind meld, but then again, not really, because it's just kind of a vague, like something's going on, but it's not like she has superpowers or anything like that. So it's not a hint towards what comes later necessarily. Or the Ortegas thing. I don't know. I I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. It just it I felt like it was justified on Ortegas's part, but also I think it was a little harsh given the circumstances. So yeah, I don't know.
It's just so amazing that she gets a bollocking for trying to save her captain, and Mbenga gets let off for murder. Hella double standard. I know they're not
And Lon
comparable.
doesn't get disciplined for shooting a Gorn, and
It stands out more given the absolute appalling season
who are
of...
fudging the numbers. That's fine. It's a hand wave.
Or you could argue, not to the same extent, but Scotty not alerting the bridge to the cataclysmic events of the holodeck breaking the ship possibly killing everybody. That also is, it's not played the same way, but that's also as bad as fudging, right? Fudging numbers.
Yeah.
Like, he could have absolutely killed the entire crew. Well, I'm thrilled to see, as I'm scrolling, their phase is held in stun when they're about to fight the Klingons, and Benga hasn't got it set to kill. He knows he's not gonna, even though he's literally a war criminal who murders people, who has done that in war.
Specifically Klingons.
He's still on stun. Yeah. I'm not gonna say he's a better man than Lard is a better woman, because he is not. No, sir, he is not. Yeah. Any super chats to interrupt us? Yes. Oh, and a PayPal.
Yes.
Oh, beautiful. I tuned in the right time. Oh my god. On both sides. Superb. All right. I better get drinks. Jesus Christ.
Super chat first from the STEM support. How's it going, man? $20.
Thanks so much.
Then let's test your metal, boys. I did have to really push away my nitpicker side for the season.
Ooh.
Overall, very enjoyable. Bring on Legacy and Year One and a full 8 seasons of Scouts. Oh, Jesus Christ.
You had to throw that in. Okay. Okay. Now I'm more tipsy and I'm in uniform. Who here, put your hands up if you want to see a Star Trek Scouts fan film.
Hands up. Oh, for fuck's sakes. I can't wait for the Scouts movie, which is will be 8 minutes long, I guess. 12 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, it'd be like a 26-minute. Yeah, it's going to be some length, but yeah. Let us know.
Thank you for the full shot, sir. Whew, all right.
You know, it's funny. I have a chap who's going to come down to the studio to film something for Star Wars, in fact, in November. And I had a meeting about it. Not that in particular, but that was one of the several things. Because he's a great supporter, and he happened to throw in there that he's got 2 kids, I believe 9 and 11, and both. You know, if I need anyone to film some younglings for Star Wars, I'm like, I don't want to kill the younglings because there's not a natural place for younglings in a Star Wars fan film unless you write it. But you know, there you go. He could be the Star Trek Scouts characters. His 2 kids. He's offering the right age. Cheers, Stuart.
Already had my shot, but there's another one for PayPal.
Yes.
It's Ray Ricks. He's got to run, but he says, here, have one shot each.
Ray, thanks for being here. We appreciate you. Have a great rest of your day.
We love you, Ray.
And yeah, we do. And we'll be here for a while longer if you happen to swing by.
Yes.
Why aren't you focusing? Okay, I have to reset. Well, thank you. Very helpful, Ray. You've made a lot of difference. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then Solaris. Wow. $5. Are we going to get a news queue at some point?
At some point, a new queue. Take the S. Yeah. I want to see it. Yeah, I'll totally see some sort of new queue. Give us another chap. Just hopefully not just playing a Delancey, right? Because you can do some nuance with that. Although now you can't be like Loki. You can't just be a trickster, you know. Yeah, tricky.
Yeah. So yeah, this episode has more that I remembered after like skimming through it. Like I didn't remember all the little nuances in it. So there's more going on than I remember, but overall, it's a pretty bland episode. He says questioningly.
Wow, for a zombie. I mean, let's be honest. How many zombie episodes have been called bland? Right. I said
at the time, Impulse is a much better zombie episode.
Oh, it's great. It was a good episode as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's really interesting. I like it less from scrolling instantly. I don't know if you felt the same.
It's uglier.
Well, but the fact that says this season everyone breaks the rules so often, and this is like the whole episode revolves around them breaking regulation to do a thing and playing it off. Because we're not watching it again fully, right? We're just getting things, but remembering that we're trying to remind the audience that Mbenga and him have this chemistry, but they're laughing while doing an illegal mission, doing a special thing. Like, it just feels so odd tonally. Especially as episode 3. This is a good episode 7, right? When the whole season's been building up to them doing an illicit plan. But episode 3 makes it feel very easy, simple, and obvious. And it shouldn't feel that way, because this should be the exception to the rule. This season, it feels like the rule, right? If you need to break the rules, you have to. That's not really the... You know, we literally made jokes about the Picard speech about the truth. This episode is not about the truth, it's about doing what you have to do. And it just feels disingenuous a little bit. Just a little bit, right? Altigas, yeah, missed opportunity there, didn't work properly. The zombies, I mean, you forget the zombies are there very early on because they're not done well enough. And I would have totally been fine with the zombie episode. Really was fully on board. On station, right?
Yeah.
Missed opportunity there for sure. The sets are god bland awful. Like, I'm scrolling, every set is just a poor man's anything.
That's what I mean. It looks ugly. And like I said at the time, it reminded me of The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Because they're not wearing Starfleet gear. They're just wearing backpacks and jackets. It just reminded me of other stuff.
And I don't expect they truly filmed in a forest. That initial scene is a set, right? But I would have actually been down for them having to do a proper, because there's no on location stuff this season really, right? So proper on location zombie episode where there's, let's say there's 200 like they work out there's 200 Marines that used to be here and 300 Klingons. They know the number, and a zombie episode in the forest would be quite interesting, right? A different tone, right? However they would frame that. But this just feels claustrophobic and uninteresting, and just, it's not a good Klingon episode, it's not a good zombie episode, it's not a good buddy cop episode, it's not a good breaking the rules episode. None of the things it's trying to do it does very well. It does all of them okay, but they all feel worse. We have 3 Klingons. I would love to see more with them. Lucky the lady's pretty good. She's fine. She's okay. But it's not a satisfying end to that story either. Like, that's the end of the big arc of he murdered the guy. Okay. It's not big enough, right? It's not big enough the way of handling that. The mind meld just, he doesn't mind meld people. It breaks that. The Gorn logic doesn't make sense. Like, I would have... In hindsight, that creature that was yelling at him with pain should have been the creature in episode 10 that we see. Because that should have been, her pain is being caused by the fragments of who she's going to become, like filtering back into a like lifeblood, like you know what I mean. We would have said at the time that
which creature are you talking about?
In the Valket, the Vecna Varden, the bad guys.
Yeah, the
Vesda, yeah. Had it been a Vesda creature, which are very similar.
It was the screamy face thing.
Are you sure it wasn't just a Gorn?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. I thought it was a Gorn at the time.
Okay.
And we did it in the first, or the, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Let's go. I gotta find that.
Because I don't know. It's not well done. They look so similar. Okay, if it is, yeah. I'll give it a point back. Not a big point.
Where is the mind meld scene? Hold on a second.
Yeah, just oh, sorry.
I'm just scrolling through these and it's all fucking ugly. It's all poorly lit. It's all just drab. It's all just bullshit.
Yeah, I was about to say everything in the station is not good. Just why are they in a closet and then she doesn't care her officers get killed? It's just so poorly handled structurally. Yeah. I remember.
Yeah, it looks like a Gorn and doesn't. It does look like the final things in the last episode.
But the fact that we can't tell is a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
And at the end, I remember we complained at the time. The Enterprise goes from in orbit, in atmosphere, to out of orbit to leaving. In a really bad editing. Like,
yeah, the editing at the end is shit.
When was the that in itself is also a big deal, and then you're being chased and nope. And no repercussions of a Klingon actively starting an act of war. Right? Like, that captain fired on you. That's in theory, right? Oh man, it's just, and I just do not like the end scene. Oh, you murdered a guy. Oh. It's like, no. Don't either let him go, but be stern about it. Be negative. Be, I don't agree with you. Other clever dialogue that involves some writing, but don't be as fine with it. Yeah, this one's not a good episode. It's not bad, yeah. But it's like it tried to do too many things, because this really has 3 plots. Yeah, it has an A, B, C, and a D plot. A plot down to the planet. B plot zombies because it's not technically the same plot. Like fully, they both have to have time for committing. C plot is the Ortegas and then D plot is Patel's stuff. That's too many plots. They're too spread, and none of them get what they deserve. Man,
Do you want to score it first, or do
yeah.
you want me to?
Yeah, this one's tricky because it's just not great. I think it's worse in this knowing the season because nothing quite feels like it pays off appropriately.
Yeah.
And is this Mbenga's episode basically?
Yeah.
Man, like, it's not bad. It's just not good. Oh man.
So do you want me to go first?
No. I'm going first. It's just
Okay.
I'm just okay. Episode 3. This season. Okay. This season, I'm going to say 6.1. I'm just saying what I think, right? And All the Stranger Worlds, 5.5. It's like better than half. But. So it's literally double as good as the first episode. Almost literally.
Yeah.
All right, your thoughts and score.
Score for me for this season is probably a 6.4. For All the Stranger Worlds, I'll give it a straight 6.
I thought you were going to jump into sevens then. I was like waiting for you to throw in.
No. I never considered a
Yeah.
7.
That's exactly how I feel. Like it feels so out of like 7 is just nope. You are not hitting
Yeah.
sevens. You are not close to hitting sevens. Okay. That's I bet we get it higher last time. Let's find out. Because I'm not looking. I'm quite enjoying not looking. Okay. Interesting. Okay. You and me have very similar scores for episode 3. We both gave for this season in Slash Enjoyment a 7. So we just dipped into 7, but we both went down by you are 0.6 down, I'm 0.9 down. All the Stranger Worlds, you gave 6.7, so you went down 0.7, and I'm 6.9, so I went down 1.4. Ho. Ouch. So currently, Stuart, we are devaluing everything. Well done, Stranger.
Well, everybody hates this season apparently, so I mean,
But the thing is, 6s are still fine.
yes.
They're just not good. Although,
No.
we finally got to agree with us, Stuart, in the chat, in the poll. Finally!
Yes, the poll
Oh.
with 20 votes.
Okay, excellent.
Winner is 4 to 6. It's okay with 50%.
Yeah.
1 to 3 bad, 25%. Jesus Christ. 7 to 8 or 7 to 8 good
Yeah.
at 15%, and 9 to 10 amazing 10%. Jesus Christ. I am too drunk for this. My face is numb.
You didn't eat today, didn't you, Stuart?
I didn't. Well, I did. I had some ramen noodles. That's it. Didn't have a big breakfast or anything today. Sylvia's not home. Sylvia's been away since Thursday, so on my own. Didn't go for a big breakfast this morning like I normally would with Sylvia.
So you're saying you couldn't be taken care of, so you've
Yep.
you fucked yourself.
Yeah.
Well, no, you've done nothing. They've made you get fucked. Stuart. You've just sat here, right?
Yeah, I'm just along for the ride. Like you guys are steering the ship. I'm doing a little captaining today. I'm just going for the ride. Oh, we got another PayPal from from Classic for Real. But let's do it. Too many plots or too many drinks. Throws in a $10. So
which is a half shot and a drink. Thanks for the bonus. Good job.
half shot and a drink. Okay.
Oh.
For fuck's sakes.
Yeah. Wow, that.
You okay? You okay? You're making some noises there.
Yeah, chasing booze with booze is always a risk.
I'm chasing it with water, so I stay hydrated.
Good plan. But chasing the orange with the tropical with the whatever the flavor. This is dark fruit. It's like a that does make it more acidic tasting. So I was like, yeah, so like,
Well, this I'm chasing because I just did the half shot and I'm doing the drink as the bonus for PayPal, which this is ruby red grapefruit vodka. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Crown Royal apple and then followed by not great. Anyway. Whew. Thank you, Classic.
When you went did you do many bars and clubs when you were of the age?
No, I never understood clubs and bars and all that shit. I don't have a good time. I really don't.
That's why I thought my memory was such. I wanted to give you the benefit of asking. Have you ever done booze at a venue with people where you would chase booze and booze?
Not really, no.
Okay. Yeah, I always found it funny at bars. You know, it's like, yeah, I would get a hard drink and a softer drink. I would just, why chase booze with anything but booze? Well, it's not good for you. Well, yeah, but it's 4% booze is barely booze, right?
I should order food because I'm.
You should. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna do that. So you talk for a minute. I'm just gonna
okay.
Something.
Good stuff. So keep super chatting, guys. Hope you're having a great time. Stuart is gonna have a better time when he eats, but also with more booze. Who knows? Episode 4 holodeck episode with fake.
Oh yeah, Space Adventure Hour.
Spock. Okay, I'll jump in this while you do that. Episode 4, the one that we were very intrigued to see, and I'm going to burp.
That's disgusting. You're gross.
I am, yes. Really odd episode in various reasons. This is definitely a big punt. Great first bit. Silly, fun, full screen, great detail, cheap, simple, good. And Kirk being sort of Kirk. It's both disrespectful and not, but it straddles the line well. And if it was just that, it would have been bad, but it actually is the characters later on, so it adds up. Good stuff. But they really went weird with the holodeck. Just no limitations except the ship thing, but that's such a non-limitation because it means they have holodecks on space stations, on planets, any big base, which means they are perfect. And you, okay. So they think they're being clever, but they weren't. But the Spock and my question to you is always, having seen the season, the Spock and her stuff now feels better in this episode. It's quick, but it's got to pay off throughout the season, so we've got to do it quickly. But it feels good. They have good chemistry. Lana's fantastic. We've met her. We like her. She's just very good in this. And Murder Mystery is a good concept. Everyone gets to act. It's classic TNG fare, but the lack of limitations is a huge problem for us personally.
Yeah.
And the set is good, but not at the same time. Hard to explain. But the fact that you've got a fictitious sci-fi show and a fictitious book inside a fictitious TV show is fun. And loads of good lines. Loads of performances. It's a clever good time that just misses for us the boat a little bit. It was more Trek clever. For non-Trekkie, this is a golden goose, right? It's creative, it's fun, it's well acted, it's well paced. For Trekkie that really cares about the canon, it's missing the ball a little bit with very minor changes. But yeah, it's paced weird. And the murder mystery is a little bit off, and like the end, we've got no shields, we're getting hit by a dangerous radiation wave, now we're fine. It's like, well, why bother telling us that then? Don't do that then if you're not going to do it. And having the evil Spock is a fun twist. I guess something was up obviously early on because he didn't leave the room, but that's seeing the scene. And having that again, knowing the season, knowing how well they work together, The fact that the fact that she's so intensely physical with him, and in theory, right, Vulcans don't like touch, to Pole. So the fact that dancing is touch, which means, and I would assume for a reason La'an also doesn't love touching people because she's just personal space kind of vibe. So the fact that she's so reactive to him being okay at the end, as we were watching the scene, and then knowing it's not him because of his body language, his smell, whatever, that all plays really well. That she knows him. It's not just it's not fictitious. She knows him because she's attracted to him. She knows his pheromones. She knows his vibe, and so knows it's not him. That all plays much stronger now, I think, knowing the season. And at the end, it's like, yep, that happened. So yeah, I think half it plays better now, but the holodeck thing is still like they shot themselves in the foot, but it was just a flesh wound.
'Tis but a flesh wound. Yeah, this one's a weird one for me for scoring for the simple fact that there's moments I really like about it. The Last Frontier show being one of them, and Paul Wesley's portrayal of Kirk, I think, is kind of funny and good, and I appreciate that. So, um, that being said, the holodeck stuff needs a lot of work. As you said, there should be limitations. It should be pointed out. The visuals of it being a TNG holodeck are absolutely wrong. Um, I hate that. I hate the era that they picked for this detective story. Much prefer the Dixon Hill and or Sherlock Holmes, like Victorian, but that's just a personal thing for me. I'm not a big fan of that era. And I mean, I know they did really good with the costuming and stuff. I just don't really give a shit because it doesn't look that great to me. Um, so yes, focus more on the limitations of the holodeck. Uh, Scotty was really great in this episode. His little interactions with Uhura were great. Uh, Choosing to do this at such a critical thing like the star that's doing the thing is just dumb. There's other ways you could test this without actually having the ship be at risk. So
He could
that's
have killed the
awful.
ship and the crew.
Yeah, yeah. The inclusion of the holodeck in the ship and being built in there and being so large and taking up so much room is kind of stupid. Uh, for a prototype thing,
It's almost
which
clever though, but not.
yeah, it should have been like a thing that was set up in the hangar bay that had like a bunch of cables going to it for
Dude,
power feeds and
yeah,
stuff.
that'd have been great. I'd like
Yeah,
bring a separate like unique power source and yeah,
yeah,
or the cargo bay and it's a whole thing. And it's
yeah,
like this embarrassing like box.
yeah,
Yeah, oh, that'd have been so much better.
yeah.
Yeah, because
So
why would you? But the idea of removing so much of internal volume of ship to put a holodeck that's that big versus shoving the in the cargo.
yeah,
Oh, that'd have been so funny. You had
yeah.
a great shot where the shuttle's like flying in, and it's like seeing it's just massive cuboid. And it's like having to park around it 'cause it's taking the whole. Oh, that'd been so funny.
Yeah. I love the bloopers at the end as a little bit of a bonus thing. That was fantastic. Hearing Jonathan Frakes, would have liked to have seen him. He could just come on as one of the stagehands or as the actual director. Would have been fantastic. Uh, what else? I've seen people play against type, like seeing Pike play the creator of the show. I think was really awesome. Um, there's something else I was going to say there, but I lost it. Yeah, the whole Spock thing with she should have realized sooner. Um,
And it's funny because that actually would have played. I mean, there's ways of taking everything, right? But had she guessed from scene one that he wasn't real, because if fake Spock can fool on, that shows a holodeck is so goddamn good it can fool a detective, right? And
yeah,
it shouldn't be
yeah,
that good. So had it been that she knew the whole time and it was only revealed to us, the audience, and she was playing him, then she could have said, "Well, I obviously Spock like doesn't smell that way." Like all the things that involve recreating a person are so advanced that another thing of like the TNG one is impressive because it can do those things. I guess I can do it here. Okay.
yeah. So I mean, it's weird for me because there's a lot of elements I really like about it, and like I said, this is the ones in particular where they could have absolutely screwed themselves, and they dodged the landmines very effectively, but they left out dialogue to confirm or deny certain things, and I also love the fact that Pike calls it a recreation room, which is the recreation room in the animated series. The recreation room, I love that. And then it's instantly trumped by the whole Una saying holodeck. It just sounds better. And then everyone after that calls it a holodeck, which I think is really stupid. If they called it a recreation deck or a recreation deck the entire time, like everybody, and only Una, like if she overhears says holodeck, as kind of like holodeck as she walks by or something. That's the other thing that kind of stuck with me and could have been better because the vernacular does change for different generations, right? So would have been fantastic to not call it a holodeck the entire time, but the producers think we're all goddamn stupid and don't know what they're talking about. That's why they make it look like a TNG holodeck and why they have to say holodeck 50 million times. Stupid. So, as they say,
Is it better? To the question after the end of the season. That's where this retrospective is important. Does it feel better now, having seen the season?
I think so
Mm.
because it's another fun episode just with bunch of stupid holes poked in it. It could have been much better. Um, that's a good question. I don't know. It makes me appreciate Paul Wesley as Kirk a lot better because of this episode, which is an odd thing to say, but him doing his Shatnerisms really kind of dialed in him as young Kirk for me, even though it was exaggerated, but that was the point. Um, yeah, I still enjoy this episode quite a bit. So
Yeah, like I said, for me, the Spock and chat.
well on.
Let's have it. Yeah, that's better. That's improved by the season. But they dedicate so much time to the stuff that's not part of the season,
Mhm.
you know? And I would have been nice and logical, pun intended, had they brought back this show. For example, if they had, there's a small detail, of course, but if they'd had, let's say, this would have been great actually. If you recall, near the end, well, at the end of the season, when Spock is meditating with on right at the end, if you recall, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Picture this: if instead of that scene, you had she's in the same, black dress, dance, whatever. He walks in and he's holding a book of the fictional show, as in of the yeah, exactly. Hands it to her, and she's like, "Oh my god, how do you find it?" As a real edition from the like an actual printed version because they made like a because there are if you've seen Castle, they actually did print a Castle novel.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So there, yeah,
Castle's fantastic.
yeah. So there's a real thing you can buy. So it was like that, and he worked really hard, which would mirror that he got Chapel that Vulcan book,
Yeah.
and it'd pay off at the end of the season. He also got her a book, but it's like one's Vulcan Mystic, one's a sci-fi joke show. Like that's cute, and she would say that's amazing. She puts on a bookshelf, and there's a model of the ship. That would have
Well,
made the season. That would have made it pay off a lot more because it's part of her love.
that's going meta, meta, meta. It would have to be an Amelia Moon novel, not a Last Frontier novel.
No, no, no. But I mean, because no, yes, but no. But if she likes this, because she played this horror novel with characters, and she thought, oh, I'll watch the show that's in this book because the holodeck, like the you can have her be interested in the sub thing, right? Or in the same vein, that novelist who wrote the crime novels also wrote a couple of sci-fi books because she liked her own in creation. There's a way of doing that would have been kind of cute. Just as a way of paying off, so it would have continued a bit more, would have made the episode a bit stronger. Because it's so abstract now seeing the season.
Yeah.
Like, of all the episodes, they tend to add something, but there's so much just of its own thing. But I do feel like they thought we want to keep the actors happy by not doing their characters, because every actor wants to go outside, right, of their
Yeah.
roles. Yeah, but we got some super chats though, Stuart, if you want to start reading out and force.
He did.
Super.
Tab Extra throws in 200 krona, which is about $20. So thank you
Thanks
so much. Most episodes of season 3 of Strange New Worlds was one. Most episodes of season 3 of Strange New Worlds was 1 point lower than the first 2 seasons. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me have a shot for that one.
I can see what you mean.
My food will be here soon, by the way.
What did you order?
2 double cheeseburgers and 6 McNuggets.
Right. Good man. To have extra, yes indeed. Yes indeed.
Okay, Solaris, $5. Standard orders, stay off the roads after Drunkyards. Well, yes, obviously. Cheers.
Yep. Ooh. Oh, booze, guys.
Classic for real. Oh, classic for real, $5. Boy, howdy, does the chat want you to be drunk? That's the point of a Drunkyards. We want the chat to want us to be drunk.
And you get crazy shit happening. And a PayPal as well, Stuart, which of course helps us tremendously. So consider going the PayPal route as well. As you can see on the chart, everything gets bonuses and or is cheaper. For example, change uniform. I've been in TNG for a while. I've got 2 more on the bed. If you want me to get into my first contact new uniform or my Picard Season 3 high-end uniform. Both are uncomfortable in different ways. You're welcome.
So Classic for real throws in $10 and says, "I'm sorry, but you don't think you're drunk enough." So $10 is half a shot and a sip of the regular.
I feel like he's playing the meta game of both super chatting us and then also like he's commenting on one thing and then forcing it with the other thing.
It's like the people that are Patreon members as well as joining the channel on YouTube. Like not necessary, but amazing.
You know, at the point when the booze just hits harder because you're more boozy,
and then it gets to a point where it's just smooth. It's
not
like,
there
oh,
yet.
shit, that's dangerous. Yeah.
Oh dear. This might be a strong one, Stuart. This might be one where we get affected.
Thank you, Classic.
Yep.
And then a shot to follow it up. Or not a shot, but
yeah.
There we go.
You know what would have made this episode better? If they had gone the Cerulean route, whereby it wasn't, this is our holodeck. It was, we've met a new alien race called the Albertoids, and they're offering us the use of their new hologrammatical technology.
Yes.
It's superior to our rec decks, which are in star bases, which we've all been in. So we know what holographic environments are like. Makes sense. And they're offering us a test unit for a limited run of tests to see if we can incorporate in our ships. Hi, Sergeant Montgomery. Welcome. So they install it. It's a bit more alien, and Scotty doesn't understand how it connects properly, hence the breakages. But it's seeing what they could do in the future. What do you think if they did that instead?
That's something I suggested before the episode aired. Yeah, have it be alien technology that Starfleet, they just made first contact or they're having formal negotiations with this planet. This is one of the technologies that the planet is offering up. And it's all this is a test. And at the end, have Starfleet say, yeah, this looks really promising. Going to be a lot of development needed to get it to work with our systems.
Why not just that, but we're not getting this whole cloth. We've got to build our own, which will take a few years.
Yes, exactly.
Like that fixes every problem. And then I would be okay with the TNG lines, just make them green or purple or blue, right?
So you wouldn't be okay with the TNG lines. They would just have to be a different color.
Well, I'm saying the lines is...
The lines should always be a thing. I have no problem with that. Like I said, if it was a white room with blue lines, that's very TOS-ish, right?
Well, yes, that a white room would be more efficient. Yeah, like that's all they had to do to make the episode work so much cleverer. Oh, that's so simple. That's not even anything apart from the first conversation different. Everything else is the same. Wow. And then you could have had the aliens call it like a holo room, like a hologrammatical simulation chamber, right? And at the end, Scotty says, sounds like a wee holodeck to me. And then no one comments, they just move on, right? That's how you play that, right? Offhand comment, doesn't stick, 600 years later. Oh.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. The episode is so not bullshit, but it's also...
It could have...
Yeah, and that's the last season. They happened to hit the musical, the lower decks, and they just hit.
This one, this one had real potential for them to step in it and really fuck it up, and they didn't.
Yeah.
Like I said, they totally avoided it. They sidestepped it completely. Did a pretty good job with it, but they didn't nail it, in my opinion, because it could have been better.
Because Pike is refusing to tell the truth again. Holodeck records get messed up.
Danny Janie throws in $50. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while.
So happy to
The
see you.
season was weak on writing, but so much better than any season of Discovery. So fine, we'll take it. Shot for you both. Cheers. And Classic Hero says it doesn't work that way. What uniform do you want? No, it does work that way. If they've
Yeah, you can pick any variation of anything.
So again, that's a shot again. Oh my god.
But Danny, just so you know for future reference, the PayPal we started moving towards a big support because we get a
Which is better,
huge percentage back on that. So if you want to give a 50 ever again, think PayPal because we actually get like 44 of that versus like 29.
Yeah.
So we love you. It's
Cool
amazing.
shot.
Thanks so much. I'm going to pour some more. But do consider because it's, yeah. But so nice of you. And yeah, I wouldn't say it's weak in writing. It's just, it should have been stronger. Because weak is Discovery. It's not weak, it's just should have been stronger. How I would express that. Because Discovery is weak on writing.
Yes. Yeah. All right, Tab Extra.
Oh, that's too much. Oh no.
Tab Extra throws in 100 krona. It's about $10.
Thanks so much.
Says worst thing about Strange New Worlds is Captain Pike 100 plus M squared quarters. Captain's quarters. Yes. It's $10. What is that? It's off a shot. God damn, I'm gonna die.
We haven't done one of these in a while, Stuart. Not with this level of support. Woo!
We appreciate you guys.
Yes, so. We really do. This is gonna be a drink. Oh no. I just kept going. My brain didn't stop me from pouring, and I should have done that. Oh no.
Yes.
Oh. Okay, you ready, Danny?
Food will be here very shortly. All right, and I do need to eat because oh my god.
I'm so okay. In this.
Are you dying?
Yeah, I'm getting close to dying. Yeah.
Don't die. Don't die, Sam. I can't live without you.
I'm gonna open the window. It's real warm in here now.
Janie says Discovery was weak on everything. That is also true. Yes. Yes.
Oh dear. What a day, eh?
Woo! Hit like, guys. We have 39 likes. I'd like to get to 50, though. Oh. If you're just joining us and haven't liked yet, please do so. Whew. All right. Well,
I am gonna go to the bathroom because yeah. Back in a.
Hurry up and do that because I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom when I go get my food. She'll be here in a few minutes.
Okay.
Oh, it says arriving now. So awesome. Your dasher is nearby. Dun 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 dun. Ah, Chappie. I'll read that as soon as Sam gets back. How's that? All right. Yeah, hit like. We got 40 likes. I'd like to get to 50 if possible. So if you haven't hit like yet, please do so. Thank you to everyone that's super chatting and PayPaling. That's very muchly appreciated. You have no idea how much it helps us out. And yeah. All right. Sam's like, love you guys. Best channel on YouTube. Thanks. Thanks, Power543. Hurry up, because I have to go to the washroom and my food is here. So get back here. And I don't want to leave you guys just stranded, with nobody here. Your brain will go blank. Chappie, I'll read yours as soon as Sam gets back, if he ever does. Sam, just for the record, when you go pee, more than 2 shakes constitutes pleasure, and we're not in that business, so. No bias, truth. Well, hurry back, please. How long does it take to go to the washroom? I know where your washroom is in relation to your room, and it shouldn't take you that long. Anyway, yes, we're going to be ranking Space Adventure Hour in just a second here with our new scores. And we would love you guys as well to chime in with the scores if you can, either super chat score or just regular in the normal chat. We appreciate that. But Chappie says, have always enjoyed your channel, just burned out on new Trek. That's fair. That's fair. Problem with me is I love anything Star Trek. I don't love it necessarily, but I have to watch it. So, and if you didn't enjoy Prodigy or Lower Decks or Picard season 3, I'm very sorry. I don't know why that would be the case because those were all fantastic. Discovery, some Strange New Worlds, I get. Why people might not be interested.
Go, Stuart, go.
Okay, thank you. I'll read Chappie's. I'll read Chappie's now real quick because he's been waiting. $10.
Oh,
sorry to say I haven't tuned in for a while as I lost interest in Star Trek on the whole. OG Trek is still awesome, but new stuff sucks. Late, so starting from beginning at 1.25 times speed. Cheers, lads. Thank you. All right, I'll be right back.
Well, when you get back here, thank you very much. 10. No, yeah, go Stuart. Bye. Go.
Wow, that's rude.
No, you said food there. Go. Okay. Thank you, Chappie. Yeah, $10 makes a huge difference, as you know. If you, the audience, are not enjoying the new Treks, do go and watch my fan films, because that is my other thing. I make $0 from them. It's just pure absolute passion, and we want to produce great content for you all. There's a YouTube channel in the chat. We release films throughout the year, more than any YouTube channels for fan films in Star Trek, and we are doing our big Indiegogo in October. Now, when I say big, I mean actually make or break. The epicness of what we do is on the line for that. So I will say, anyone who super chatted today, if you can donate anything to Indiegogo, it would go such a long way. It all goes towards production of the show, allow me to do what I do at the volume and quality I want. So if you put in a 10, a 20, if you can go ahead and put in a 10 or a 20 for Indiegogo, that would be so amazingly appreciated. And there are great perks as well. I would like to continue in the fan films to the tens of thousands who watch. I mean, you know, the last film, 24,000 views, film for what, 20,000? 14,000, 23,000, 22,000, 24,000. You know, loads of views. We're very, very proud of that. So we want to keep doing them. We've got some really great ideas. And they're only going to get better and cooler. They're going to get cooler and cooler. And yeah, we've got 3 more scheduled out for the rest of this year. We've got a TNG era film. Yeah, we've got a oh gosh, we've got a first content era film. We've got a Voyager film. Yes, lots of good stuff. Yeah, and Stuart is doing the foods.
Yeah, I don't want to. I'm going to mute for a second so you don't hear all the bags and stuff. So hold on.
Absolutely fair. We are all jealous of his food. That's a-okay. Huzzah! Not that we had a linger on his food, but you know what? Huzzah! You know what? Huzzah! And if teleporting was real, then, you know, I'm sure, Stuart, you would share with Dane Janey if we could teleport, right? You'd be that kind, wouldn't you?
Yes, but I have to order more food. Don't touch my food.
Yeah.
But yes, for sure.
Good.
All right.
Stuff. Good stuff. Do we do the paper? We did. Okay, great. We did do all the. Okay, great. So yeah. So score wise, oh, episode 4. Okay. Man, mixed bag this one. I'll go first again. Time to eat.
Sure.
Solid, enjoyable, oddly paced, not badly paced, well acted but not exceptional, good Spock reveal. Scotty really let the ship down. My rescore. I'm gonna say my gut reaction says 7.9. It's not hitting 8, but it's real close. Whole of Stranger Worlds 7.5. Top, like 75% of the season, sure, but it's missing a good amount of the extras. As I think, like even the Dixon Hill episode, right? It's the first TNG is good, but it's not exceptional, right? Whereas the Sherlock Holmes one we've talked about, it goes so far above that first one because it's doing something extra special. This one is not, so it's good, but it needs a bit of extra. All right, yours this season, and then Whole of Stranger Worlds. What are you thinking?
For this season, I'd probably give it an 8.5.
Okay.
For All Stranger Worlds, I'm thinking probably around a 7.9.
Okay.
So,
okay. So
like I said, it's a weird one to score for me because there's
really
a lot
weird.
in here that I like.
Yeah.
But there's the stuff I don't like, kind of like.
Yeah, it's both at the same time.
Yeah.
It is a weird one. Okay, so to compare to our original reviews, which are obviously more accurate in the sense of that's how we felt, but now we've got contrast. So originally, you gave it an 8.9, now 8.5, and then a 7.4 up to a 7.9. So you lowered the enjoyment, but you upped the season's overall show score. That's pretty rare. That's kind of interesting. Me, originally, 7... Oh, wait. Yeah. 8.9. No, okay, hold on. Sorry, yeah, sorry. 8.9, yes, but all the show you gave 7.85, so you lowered it by point... You're up to by 0.5, so you were actually very close. But that's... Yeah. I gave a 7.9. Oh, I gave 7.9. Hey, good for me. 7.4, I upped it to 7.5. Wow, okay, so I gave almost identical scores despite season retrospective. Did not know that. Kind of impressed and surprised. Okay, that's unusual.
Cool.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Don't mind me while I eat. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, that's...
I've
got some food in the room as well. Episode 5, which... And then there is a poll, if I recall. Did I do a poll?
Yes, and there's also a super chat from Chappie again.
Hey, good to see you.
Gives us $5. Clarify.
Oh, 5.
Third season 3 on Lower Decks was awesomeness. Awesome me.
I'm gonna guess you didn't watch
that's
Prodigy.
All I can stand. Yeah, I mentioned Prodigy to him when he said about New Trek, and so I guess you didn't watch it because Prodigy is the best of the new shows. Absolutely.
Well, at least in terms of it's got a story, and it actually pays off a story.
Yeah.
Picard has better moments, but Prodigy is a better story, and Lower Decks is a better show, but Prodigy is a better story with other things. Everything is different. Yeah.
Oh, he says he needs to give Prodigy a chance.
I mean, I loved that we were debating it so hard with the I loved watching in batches, like now in retrospect, versus season 2 was such a hard binge because you couldn't enjoy anything in the same way. You know, I would love doing more debating. I remember we did actively pausing. I think I emailed Aaron Waltke and said, "Where are the big twists?" So I can say we'll stop and review it before the big twists. I think we did that like on 3 different bits. So I'm like, I don't want to just know everything. It's boring. Not boring, but yeah. Yeah. Okay, so episode 5. Oh, okay. Now this is an important one. Episode 5, and I'll jump in because we're eating. Episode 5 is the single most important episode of the season in terms of is the setup of the Vecna, not Vecna, but Stranger Worlds. Bethesda. Gamble, of course. Not set up that well in terms of who he is, where he is, what he is. But vibe is very successful. We get Corby, nice seeing him back already. Well set up, well used. We get the and Doc as well. So this is a very dense episode. You don't realize how important this episode is until you actually watch it. That he's looking at the crew, he's documenting them. I guess finding the story. You get our first quarry of the season. You get also, again, didn't realize this, but how do they get in? They fire laser beams and they focus them. Same thing as the last episode. Same visual, just not quite. That's actually quite consistent then, which I appreciate. You get Chapel being blood linked, I guess, to the thing. You get the prison. You get the good visuals. You get the gruesome eye torture, which does work compared to Picard's season 1. You get the good evolution of the villain, who is clearly there from like scene 2, playing with everyone, which actually works really well. And you get the decent mystery. Oh, there you go, communicator. You get the decent mystery of the prison. I don't know if having now seen the season finale, that while I like the set in both formats, I don't feel as I'm scrolling that they go in on the statue enough to warrant it. Like it's not a big thing this episode. They don't talk about it at all. It's keeping everything together. They have no inkling. It's just a nice thing that's only in one dimension. I kind of wish now in retrospect
Don't they mention that it has biosigns though?
Oh, they do. But that's just also could be a throwaway comment, right? As many are. It would have been nice if they'd expressed that the balls that were used to harness to keep the whatever there, and if they had the same energy signature as this creature, because she could just have been a statue with a person. There's not enough there. I don't think they knew she was Patel from this, because I'm skimming and there's no clues to that. I could have with a clue. One, you get the time thing, fine. You get the cause and effect. That's fine. That's great.
Well, they do mention in the last episode cross-referencing the biosignatures, which why would we?
Yeah, sure.
With Patel. So yeah.
But this is definitely the most important episode of the season, and I'm left slightly annoyed it wasn't paid off better. But I remember at the time we both discussed, and I was sure it was going to pay off, and you were not 100% sure, which is fair. Didn't think it'd be this season, and didn't think it'd be that way. But we are where we are. So I'm in a mixed bag. I think it's better from a second watch, but I wish Patel was given I could have guessed it from it. So yeah, if you're ready to talk about it, what do you think in your reskim and how it feels? Again.
Just chewing my last bit. Hold on.
Not a problem. I'm voting the poll, guys. Oh, I'll finish the poll then. Sorry. 22 votes. What do you think of the holodeck episode 4? The winner, interesting, Stuart. 50% say between 4 to 6. It's okay. Which is lower than we were. We were actually higher. 27% bad.
Bad.
14% good, only 9% amazing. So actually, we are higher in that one. I have to Picard maneuver. There you go. Beautiful. All right. Interesting. Interesting.
Before I get to my little spiel about this, Tab Extra throws in 50 krona and says, what podcasts are we listening to? Currently, I am listening to the Delta Flyers. They are moving from Voyager to Deep Space Nine stories. I'm not listening to anything really podcast-wise, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I saw they posted
except for Con. Listen to the Con show podcast. It's not a podcast.
It's not
audio drama.
Yes. Yeah, good for the Flyers. It's nice to watch Trek. A lot of Trek to watch. Podcast. No, I'm actually not either. I went through a huge span of stuff. I listened to the Rooster Teeth podcasts, and they, stop the company. I listened to the Fuckface podcast. Well, the Fuck Asterisk Face podcast. But I haven't done much traveling, and that's why I listen to podcasts. I do a lot of, when I'm doing dinner, I listen to YouTube shows, news updates, Red Letter Media, Dave Cullen, Things and Bobs, they're like a few minutes for dinner. Yeah, podcast not really as much anymore. Oh. Yeah. Went through a bit.
You guys, if you guys in the chat want to answer him, you can.
Yeah, no, please do. Please do. With the 25 pill watching. Yeah, I did. I mean, I love the fact that they're there. I can dip into them, but the Mission Log podcast about reviewing Trek, I went through at uni. Which is so funny bringing that. We've all been going so long, Stuart, right? A long time now. We're all legacy players at this point, which is kind of embarrassing in its own right. So they've been going a long time. So at uni, hey, your McDonald's just appeared on the live. My previous, well, it's out of my window. Right. So they've obviously reviewed who the hell knows what. I mean, you know, one new Trek a week. There's a lot of weeks in a year, and they kind of burn through stuff. So, don't know. Yeah, not a podcast. I'm gonna start a poll.
Go for it. I'll start talking. Let's see. So yeah, this one we get a little bit of Beto going down and helping out. This seems like a grand adventure almost because of, we got ancient ruins and things like that. It sounds like it's going to be a fun time.
Is it Chapel Jones?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Adding Gamble to the away team right away, I was like, oh shit, he's going to die. Good job. Really likable interactions between everybody. Honestly, I think it's really good in that regard. I'm really liking Corby. I don't want to like Corby necessarily, so kudos to them, I guess. Yeah, some brutal deaths. You get the guy scanned as he's running and just vaporized, and then you get Gamble with the eye thing. Raised a whole controversy about regenerating eyes, but and the Geordi debate. But Geordi was born without, an optical. I forget exactly the terminology now, but anyway. So it created some friction among the fan community, as these episodes are tending to do these days. I think the overall thing in the prison / temple is a little bit weak. I wish it was more expansive rooms. I wish it was more going from room to room, kind of like Indiana Jones style. As it is, it's only 2 rooms and literally only 1 room, and it's
it's going sci-fi-y, but with cube as the baseline. Room mirrored. It makes sense, but yeah, visually could have done with a bit more for sure.
Yes, yeah. And I think that just the way they get out is kind of weak, if I'm honest. So, but I think the stuff on the ship with Gamble and Mbanga is great. The whole Batel coming in and just going ape shit on this guy. Some really interesting fight scenes.
I forgot I was in this. I didn't even see it in my scroll. Must have been a really quick scene. Yeah.
Some well choreographed, action on her part. Some dynamic moves, which is cool. And you're like, what the hell? And again, you think it's Gorn related because honestly, the visuals we get in this episode of the things in the orbs or that are imprisoned seem very Gorn-like. So it's one of those things. It's a weird visual.
Hey, do you mind if I eat something as well? Would that be all good?
No, go ahead.
Okay, cool. One sec.
Yeah, we don't want to die. So yeah, I mean, I think it could have been more action-packed, a little bit more fun this episode, but overall, it's fairly decent. Again, I didn't think it was going to come back in the way it did, and so for it to come back was quite an interesting twist. I do like how Gamble ends up like killing a security officer and stuff like that. Like there is some stakes in this one. You get to see some crew go down, but overall, it felt like a standalone thing. And I thought it would come back with Beto in some way, like because he's getting footage of all this. So again, that's not really revisited. The ending with Pelia, actually, just Pelia in this episode's funny because she's like flirting with Beto, like, "Do you need me to do that take again? Anything you need to see in engineering?" And at the end, her seriousness about the evil that this is, like, she's been around so long that this is a real evil, and they're trying to build up that this is, as we find out later, not only evil but the impetus of evil. Like this is evil before evil existed. So I don't think that really hits at all. And then at the end to have the glitchy computer system, which again plays into the last episode, which I'd completely forgotten about. To be fair, it's just kind of an all right episode for me. It's not as grand an adventure as it could be. Again, the visuals are kind of ugly and dark. Like, yes, I get they're in a temple the entire time, but I really hate seeing grays and like blacks and blues in a lot of these scenes. A lot of these episodes I just don't find visually very stimulating.
And you like to be stimulated, so.
Yeah. And I made the point at the time. I would love more TOS type planets with orange skies or purple skies or whatever. Yeah, they look a little cheesy and stuff, but you can make them look really good. You've got a gray sky when you're in the quarry. You can easily change that to something else, I'm sure. So just make more visually interesting planets would be awesome. Anyway, yeah, I thought this episode was good. It was kind of mid for me, kind of on par with just like standard Trek episodes. And again, didn't think it was leading to anything else necessarily. The only thing that was a bit of a hook was the end with the computer system. So, but like I said, after we reviewed it and talked about it, I completely forgot about that. So it wasn't really a hook. It could have never came up again, and I wouldn't have clocked it until I watched the episode. And what about that thing with the computer? So I don't think that was very super successful. Anyway, that's kind of my take on it.
But then now in knowing the season, which is obviously very important, how does it feel being a
Oh,
crux of that's where the thing can retrospect in. How does it feel now?
um, I guess I'm thinking if this episode is better because of the what came after, and I guess it kind of is a tad, maybe. Um, oh yeah,
Why are you so conflicted on that? I mean, I'm
I
interested.
I have no idea because the payoff for the last episode wasn't fantastic. So the setup for this one is, I think it was left too ambiguous. There should have been something else, like you said, something with the biosignatures of the statue or something that's like it's almost pure human. Because the only thing that is anything similar to that is that there's Chinese writing on the base of the statue, which is never fucking addressed. Never addressed. And then in the last episode, we get the Swahili writing and stuff like that, which kind of answers the Chinese writing. But if there's something would have been something with the
Well, hold on.
biosignature,
How does it answer it?
it's just that there's other Earth
Yeah, but that
languages
was
on the obelisk.
explicitly there because he was tricking Mbenga with his own language as a ploy.
No.
Yeah, remember all the languages, all the diagrams shifted when Gamble appeared, so it mirrored what he wanted. If it wasn't there already, it changed.
I don't remember them changing.
Yeah, they said when it appeared, the glyphs changed and didn't let him go through. Wasn't there the whole time, only when he arrived. So it would have been nice if Patel had spoke Chinese at some point in the season for some reason, because therefore she affected what was on the statue. But yeah, there's not even a hint of that. It's like, well,
Yeah.
what?
I'm not saying the only tie-in is that there's English on the obelisk thing. Not English, but like an Earth language. So I don't know. I guess it's interesting as a two-parter, but it should have been a three-parter. As we said with the final episode, it should have been a two-parter. So let's be fair. If this was Discovery, this whole thing would have been drawn out over the course of 10 episodes, this one storyline. And you know it's true. And Patel is so rarely in the season as a whole, really. She's makes a few small appearances here and there, but yeah, Discovery would have 10 episodes driven this into the ground. So I mean, give them props for that at least. Because this is one of those universe shattering, galaxy defining, galaxy destroying moments of the ultimate evil. Discovery would have really fucking drilled down on that and just beat a dead horse for like 8 episodes. So gotta give them props for not doing that anymore.
Would have been Burnham who was affected. Should be the center of the universe. she would have had flashbacks,
Yeah.
and then she would have been the statue, but managed to like split her essence into the statue and her to stay in the show.
Yeah.
She would have been the most important person and also alive. Right? But this show doesn't have a lead, which is so odd, but it doesn't. So Patel feels meaningful while still being not at all a lead.
The thing I think would have happened with Discovery is not that she would have split herself to become alive and the statue. It would have been a predestination fate thing like Pike. Like she knows that at some point she's going to have to become the statue because she's always been the statue, but that's some point in the future. So it would set that up where she's like, she has the Pike fate thing where she's like traumatized by what could be, right? That's what they would have done. So
wow, Neil throws in some serious shade. Overall, season 3 was the 2016 female Ghostbusters quality. Bad. Wow, you have thrown a gauntlet, sir. What do you say to that, Stuart?
That's absolutely incorrect in my opinion. No, not even close. Then he goes on to say the ultimate evil is Putzman that beats the dead horse. Yeah.
I don't think he has much to do with Stranger Worlds, though. I don't know what he's doing.
Not as much as you think, no.
Yeah. See, I think
this
episode is better now, but I do not feel they knew Patel was the statue until after the episode was filmed. Because there would have obviously been I'm scrolling. I don't feel the connection.
The only thing is her taking on Gamble on the ship. But again, we thought that tied into the Gorn DNA that's inside her because the creatures look very Gorn-like. There's not a good differentiation there of what those creatures are. So,
and also that's extremely hand-to-hand fight, not super being. All right. Those are not the same things. And at this point, she's already all the race she needs to be. So had she at any point glowed any part of her, he was like, ah! Great. I don't think they knew she was a statue because I would have... There's no setup here. The narrative setup, but when you do a season like this where the end episode is so key to the setup, you need to be able to notice the subtleties you didn't notice the first time. Which is why the Tyler Vock reference in season 1 is so funny that we guessed from episode 4. That means they succeed in setting it up, but also obviously we guessed, and therefore it's not a reveal. There's nothing here that sets it up properly.
Yeah.
But it is a good episode. And it is a good episode because Gamble's good, the makeup's fantastic, pacing's pretty good, the mystery's pretty good, the set I like. I know it's Blair, but I like it. I get what they're doing, so I like the vibe. But I really wish, and I love this in our review, they explicitly say, oh, we saw the doors open earlier. But at no point in the scenes is the door ever open again, like with the green light. I say we know it is openable because we saw it open in another version of the room. No, you didn't. It was always closed. Don't say it unless you're going to show it. It was never open again. It was always locked.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Cool. Well, score-wise for me, for personal enjoyment,
Slash the season. Slash the season.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with giving it 8.3 for personal. For the season, sorry. Yeah. For all of Strange New Worlds.
That one's the hard one with this one.
Mm-hmm. Give it a 7.8.
Yeah, that's where scores can be skewed with it's good this season. There are so much better episodes.
Yes. Yeah.
In the show. Yeah, 100%. I'm on a similar path to you. It's a good standalone. I like the payoff, as in like the fact that it is paid off. The acting's great, not in question. The continuation of Corby's great. Chapel's good. Spock's good. But it also doesn't know how to efficiently tell the setup elements as it should be able to do. Oh, I cut my hand on the console for no reason, therefore cause for effect. That's a terrible way of doing that. That really is really poor, right? But we need it, so it's there. Yeah, this season it's better of the season, but not because it's great, because it's good.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give it an 8 because I think it does dip into 8 for this season. But I 100% agree with you. It's gotta be 7.5 like last episode. It's top. It's top. Oh god. Oh, what happened? Oh yeah, it's same as last week. As in holodeck. For this is a better episode, but it has less cool things. They all had some bad cool things, but so they kind of equal out, I would say now in this retrospect. But it's top 75%, but it's not doing too much more. Hard one though. It's a hard one to rate. Okay, so past us. So you gave 8.3 and 7.8 respectively, and ooh, Stuart, we've got our first Swapperoonie. Are you ready?
Really?
Yeah. Originally gave it a 7.2, so you've upped it by 1.1. Damn. I mean, those points had to go somewhere, right? For your D lowerings. This time you gave a whole Strange World 7.8. Before you gave it was what is the wrong thing? Oh, the wrong thing. God damn it! No, ignore me. Ignore me.
We usually do.
Yeah, I know. There's too many numbers, Stuart. There's too many numbers. Ignore me. As I was saying, you gave this show an 8.3. Previously gave it a 7.2, so yes, you upped it, and you have 7.4 for All Stranger Worlds, so you upped it by 0.4. So yes, you upped it by a bit each time, as did I. I gave it a 7.6 before, and I gave it 8. Overall, 7.5 on both, so I kept the same overall, but you gave it upgrade, which means you did enjoy it more after knowing the payoff.
Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. Right, what do you read out the poll if you would, Stuart, while I start the next one?
Yes, sir. So, what did you think of Stranger Worlds Season 3, Episode 5? The Baddies Shown. All right, the winner is 7 to 8 good with 31. Oh no, sorry, that's not the winner. My bad. Winner with 54% is 4 to 6. Okay. Second place is with 31%, 7 to 8. Good. Third place is 1 to 3 bad with 15%. And 0% gave it a 9 to 10. So we got a 0% on there. Awesome.
Yeah, I like it more than a 6. Kind of surprised. All right, episode 6. I'll let you take it away, Stuart.
It's Sloth Who Ate Its Tail.
Which you like. So there you go. Good for you for jumping in this one.
Yeah. Some really great opening shots of the Farragut, if you can say the Farragut's great. Kirk giving his personal log, little interaction with his Falcon captain, and then of course all shit hits the fan when the planet explodes. And yeah, his captain's down, he's in charge. The Enterprise comes in, saves the day. There's a really great shot of it sliding in and taking care of some of the debris out of Farragut's path, as well as blasting some of the stuff. It's really awesome. Then of course we see the cause of this all, which is the scavenger ship, which envelops the Enterprise, sucks it in into its maw effectively, and the Farragut is basically left for dead. So the scavenger ship kind of moves on, and meanwhile we've got some Enterprise crew members on the Farragut. Everybody else has been transferred to Enterprise for emergencies, like to get them off Farragut. But now Enterprise is in the mouth of the thing. Anyway, it's on its way to a planet, which is not Sherman's planet. It's Sullivan's planet, I believe. Call back to the TOS naming convention, which is great. And you get Kirk learning his command style in the captain's seat of the Farragut. Um, has a little bit of conflict with Scotty, of course. He doesn't think he's doing a great job because he's not. And it takes a little bit of a speech from Spock to kind of get him on board and get him to figure out what his command style actually is, which they come up with a pretty bold plan. He pushes Scotty a little hard to get the ship running, and it ends up, again, space and time are a bit of a problem in this episode, but it's fine. Uh, pushes the engines a little too hard, burns them out essentially. Not much they can do. So they come up with a last ditch effort to basically entice the scavengers by creating a fake signal for what their plasma is to the energy source these scavengers prefer to make the Farragut a huge beacon. And we get the cell detachment as part of the escape plan, which is really cool. Not really explained so well, but that's fine. Uh, and we get the Enterprise rescued. We get to see some cool stuff inside the scavenger ship, including a TARDIS, which we missed apparently, but that's fine. It is quite obvious once you know it's there. And a bird of prey. Check out our video on that. Nice little addition. And then yes, the realization that the scavengers are in fact ancient. Well, not ancient. They're just astronauts from Earth, environmentalists that left the planet because the planet was heading away they didn't like. They did leave pre first contact, so they have no warp. And so they couldn't have got very far unless there was a wormhole or something involved, kind of like V'ger style. Plus, then how did they get the technology to build the scavenger ship? Again, not really explained so well, but they were our best and brightest that left the planet with their families on a generational ship to make a better life for themselves and turned out to be scavengers. And then there's the whole thing with the one scavenger seeing Pike and kind of pausing, not killing him because I guess he recognized he was human, but
Or fate.
Yeah, that's not really clarified so super well.
Classic Strange New Worlds, eh?
Yep. And yeah, there just seemed to be a better explanation at the end for how they acquired this technology, how they got so far from Earth. They did have a warp ship or a ring ship, as it were. At least the front part was styled the same, which is a nice callback. But it wouldn't have been a ring ship because they didn't have warp technology yet. So it's just a few questions are asked. Basically, it's a Kirk episode, Kirk's first command, which is really great to see. Gets the respect of Pike and Spock and Scotty as well. So, yeah. This one probably bothers a lot of people because they're like, why does Kirk keep showing up in my show? I don't want to see Kirk. It's fine. But yeah, I think it's a pretty good episode. There is some retconning going on a little bit, I think, with Kirk and Spock's relationship a little bit, but it's fine. I think it's well handled because Spock is very logical and stoic in this. There's no emotion coming from Spock at all, which a lot of people complain about as well. Yeah, I think it's a fine episode, and I don't know where I'm going to rank these. My head's not clear, so I don't know what number I want to give. So anyway, what do you think of this episode, Sam?
So I'm scrolling and I'm finding myself disliking the Enterprise stuff.
It's pretty boring. That's why I didn't really touch on it. I don't remember what happens.
The contrast of I'm enjoying Farragut. I like the vibe. I'm obviously very fine with the reuse of the sets, but slightly different. All good. But the Enterprise stuff feels, because the scavenger plot is not well handled narratively, directly dealing with them feels lackluster. Whereas the stuff with Farragut has a weight to it that goes beyond, and also them to think about it more because it's obviously narratively, legacyly important. So I really wish they'd handled them better, the scavengers, in every respect, honestly. I mean, like reskimming this and knowing how it plays in the season. The overuse of the helmet, was it Anson who's in the helmet? I don't fucking know. Stun guy, yeah, right? But the
Yeah.
phones was fine, no issues there. The ending's
Oh, the phones. Yeah.
super small but nice. The ending's pretty good, of course. But the ship is absurdly big. They murder everybody in cold blood. They sort of slightly care but don't. They're all humans. A good reveal, but also how the not ring ship is fine. Could have been much better. It could have been an all-time great. Like an all-time great, right? Humans gone bad. Environmentalists, you could have both poked fun at both political sides of the spectrum. You know, they're humans bad. They're environmentalists they're bad. Yeah, right? Could have been kind of fun. Also having Kirk's interaction with everybody is, you know, but it's just they can't commit to the alien ship being anything in particular because it has to be mystery, it has to be defeatable, it has to be proto, right? And yet, how is it that big? Why is it that big? I don't know. And they could have easily, obviously, fixed all that as well by just saying, "Oh, there's remnants of, or we don't radiometric dating, and the ship itself is 10,000 years old." That doesn't make sense for Spock, but they came from Earth 3,000 years ago. I agree, they must have found the ship somewhere and enhanced it. Done, right? It's so much better that they found the ship and they enhanced it and it became a terror
Well,
source.
it's only like 200 years as well that they left Earth. Like, it's not that long in the grand scheme of things to
Yeah.
have forgotten about the Earth origins or whatever.
And if they only had, let's say, warp 1, then they can't get very far. They bump into this amazing device and then become happenstance just outside the realm of our space and Klingon space and cause chaos for so many years that there are stories of them that everyone knows. Really? Now, had they worked out that the ship fell through a wormhole a la Vija and went back to like the 1500s and had extra years to develop, fine. But the times don't really work for the best use of the story, right? It's good, but
Yeah.
again, they did not know the answers. And while it works on a surface level, we know the Trek universe, you start thinking about it, it starts to break down more than it should. I'm sad about that. And had it been me, my fan film way, I would have shown the non-ring ship leaving Earth in a CG cutaway. I would have shown a shot of the bridge. Like, I would have put time, money into showing the original crew. You know, you pick some lady actress to be the bright, friendly lady who's starting the crew, just optimistic, and you cut to, you know, maybe if you're going bigger, you say we recover the black box and we managed to work out, you know, cut start date, blah, 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 2047 or 89, whatever. And there's the officer, and you go Equinox, right? They work out a way of getting high warp by killing something. Oops, accident, shame. Now we can get a high warp. They decide we can now explore. They find a baddie. Like, they could do something really interesting. They just don't. But as with previous episodes, by not going into detail, they win by having ambiguity.
Mm-hmm.
But also they lose points for it.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
So it's definitely one of the better ideas of the season, but it was not reached the potential even close, which is a shame.
Hmm. Yeah. Again, the ending's cool. It's a good idea, but not explained well enough at all. It's kind of left to your imagination as to how things played out, which, yeah.
Yeah, plus the timings just don't work for that few years. Because
And Grant McGregor says they got something to do with time portal. Well, then tell us that. Say there's
would have been
temporal
great.
fluctuations in the hull of the ship or something.
Mm-hmm. Or the ship is, like I said, 10,000 years old and it's giving everyone like a rage because of its there, right?
Yeah.
Easy to explain. It just seems so odd that 200 years, right? So it's a 2238-ish, whatever, and left in the 2060s, 70s, right? 200 years, give or take, 190.
Mm-hmm.
That means that you assume people on that ship would live to 100, right? Why wouldn't you, tech-wise? So people would live to the 2150s and their kids would live to the... So it would just be the oldest people on the ship, their parents would have been on Earth. That's it, right? So people's grandparents lived on Earth, if assuming they live a very long time, right? It's not that far. Everyone will have a living memory of it.
Yeah.
It's not 500. 500 is fine, but not 200. That's not long enough. If this exact story happened in Voyager, well, not Voyager, I guess, or a TNG movie, right? But like, okay, fine, 400 years. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. But guys, vote in the poll and Super Chat and PayPal. There are lots of great options up there. Everyone gets bonus value for PayPal. We've obviously got 4 more. So help us get boozy more for the last couple. We would love to see that. What are you thinking score-wise for this one? Which I do think is weaker now in thinking about it again. I think it's less exciting. What are you thinking?
The non-explanation at the end, plus all the time, distance, speed bullshit. That being said, I still really enjoy it. I like the Kirk aspect. I like a lot of great visuals in this one. So yeah, I think for this season, shit, this is hard with the state my brain's in currently. Uh, this season, I want to give it a 8.5 for all the Strange New Worlds. I think it's also kind of up there because I kind of like the callback to older astronauts, which is a thing they do a lot. So I want to give it an 8.4 for all those Strange New Worlds, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, my brain, it's got the alcohol.
Your brain is gone.
Brain? Brain? What is brain?
Yeah, I kind of think this, I don't know if this is intentional, but it almost feels as if this episode is what Discovery Season 2 is. God damn, my brain too. Discovery Season 2 is the Pike and Spock test show.
Yeah, for sure.
This episode is the Kirk and crew test show. Because, if you're an actor and you hear the producers saying, we might be doing a spin-off with Kirk and crew, guess what? Who's getting another paycheck? Scotty. They've all got themselves multi-year paychecks if they're gonna do another show, right? And it worked. Like, he's still not a great Kirk, but he's an okay Kirk. He'll grow, right? He'll only get better. Yeah. He's fine. He's good. Not great, but it worked as everyone together. So it definitely feels like a proto TOS episode. Me. This season, I'll give it a flat 8. I think it hits the 8s. But all Stranger Worlds, I think everything on Enterprise should have been much better. They were kind of spinning wheels a bit too much. I'm going to 7.7. So a little lower, I think. Stranger Worlds, just the energy isn't there, the comedy isn't there. It's just right, but that's still great scores, right? It's just not quite, yeah. But yeah, hitting 8 for the season. This season is not the best, so. But our scores originally for episode 6 were, whoa, we have changed our thoughts, Stuart. Fuck, okay. You gave it an 8.5, 8.4 respectively, right? This time?
Yeah.
Previously, 9.3 and 9.1. So you've gone down 0.7 and 0.7, 0.6. So, down from 9s to the 8s. How'd you feel?
Yeah, I feel good about that.
I was 9.2 and 9. Yeah, so I went down to 8, 10.7. So I went down 1.2 and 1.3. So yeah. Okay.
Fascinating.
Yeah. But interestingly, most of the episodes are going down by the same rough metric, right? There's no like descent into madness. Everything's kind of rescoring appropriately. What the hell's episode 7? Episode 7. Oh, the dock. Okay. Episode 7, the dock.
Yeah. What is Starfleet? Oh, should we end the poll? I guess we should.
Yes, please do.
What do you think of Strange New World Season 3, Episode 6, Kirk's first time captain? With 50% good wins, which is 7 to 8. Got a tie for second place with 21%, 4 to 6, and 9 to 10. Amazing. And then 1 to 3 is 7% last place.
Only 14 votes, guys. Come
on. Oh shit! I just hit the end.
Guys, you have like half an hour for each episode. Vote. Goodness.
Yeah, 20 votes is a good thing to have on one of those. So, Mr. Documentary Filmmaker Man, do you want to go first for the next one?
Sure, if you want for 20 seconds.
Yeah, no rush. 42 likes, guys. Get those likes up to 50. If you're just joining us and haven't liked yet, please do so. Super chat in, PayPal in, get us drunker than we are. That'd be great. Starting to develop a bit of a headache, if I'm honest. Some more water.
It's been 3.5 hours.
Yep.
All right, poll is up. Start voting. More than 14. Watching you all. And yeah, guys, we've still got loads of PayPal options changing them. $30. You can make Stuart as well. You won't love it, but you can. Full shot, $15. And those will hit us. Just saying. Just saying. And this is like half full. So, boy, this is very full. And this has got a lot of booze in. So
yeah, this one's almost empty. I gotta get another one.
Oh.
Maybe. Let's see.
Okay, documentary. Let me scroll up. I mean, my memory of this is still the story should have been better. But the way it was filmed was excellent. Okay, so didn't know what was happening for being an all-in-universe doc. Was really fun. Great camera angles. Amazing. I mean, boy, in 4K, you see the characters when there's close-ups. Those are absurd levels of, detail. Well edited, well paced. Really good use of it. I mean, to make every set feel fresh again, pretty much, with their interview shots is hard, and well done for every single one. Uhura's good as being all like, oh, what's our mission? Don't know. You get a good sense of the context of, yeah, of course they don't know. And even the higher-ups don't want to tell. It works well for like that standard lower decks versus higher decks information, whatever. Yes, it's odd. There's only one episode worth of story here. There's no previous flashbacks, but clips, but that's fine. But the main story is good, but not great. This alien race that must be in the same solar system for it to make sense, which doesn't in itself make sense. They're warring with another race who bomb them and kill more people than ever. So they're worse. But then these other race want to turn a creature into a bioweapon and then fly between the same solar system, I guess. But then, like, they don't care about how far things are from each other. There's no, as with this whole season, you can't get tension from it because you don't know how far they are, where they are, how many people, how many systems, how many ships, how many planets. There's none of that to go on. So, big alien that can EMP kind of things, Blair. Okay. Like, that's pretty dangerous, but I don't freaking know. I don't know, right? They don't ground it enough. If they were being smart, as they really should have, they should have started the documentary with, the initial bit, and then the Eldosians, and then you show some clips, some stock footage, some interviews with the Prime Minister, stuff to know who the factions are. Then you can care more, because the way this is framed, well, the baddies attacked, the goodies are doing this creature, fair enough, otherwise they're going to get attacked. Like, it doesn't have the same feel they're going for. And a documentarian would want to go and interview them, right? He'd want to get involved, he'd want context. So it's missing important context you would include. You just would include. So it's weird they don't. But it's well shot, well acted, a lot of dialogue, a lot of intensity. I just wish the main story was 40% better. But the structure is very solid. And Galileo, that's cool, I guess. But as I said the first time, it still plays very odd that that Pike says, we're Starfleet, we're going to bully you, because if you don't, we are going to mob boss you. We are telling you that your planet and your solar system, you don't own anymore, bitch. If you say no, we're going to slam dunk a nuke on your facility, because what else are you going to do, right? So really brutal, and really they have absolutely no right to do this. But if Federation's annex this entire area, because they clearly have, because they're obviously warp capable and they're obviously in Federation space, otherwise they wouldn't be, whatever. Right? It just doesn't as a bad look for them. But we kind of got to ignore that because reasons. It's like, oh, okay. Well. So they don't quite have the backstory laid in place, which they need. But they're not us, right? They're not Trek fans that like think from the ground level, right? Yeah. Back to you, sir.
Yeah, I like that it was a completely in-universe documentary, even to the point where there's no Strange New Worlds opening. It's just this documentary, complete with the name of the documentarian at the beginning. Some really great visuals at the beginning, close-ups of consoles and badges, and you know, the interview styles are great. I think a lot of the interview questions are mainly good. I think Beto kind of does a little bit of shady shit by asking some questions that I don't think are appropriate in the context of things. Because yeah, he's got a very focused kind of way of making Starfleet look like a military organization and bad, because he asks people about killing, what it's like to kill someone, stuff like that. He kind of sorely sideswipes Uhura with the question about her friend, knowing that she was dead or not, which I assumed he would know the answer to before he asked her. But stuff like that kind of bothered me a little bit. Other than that, the main story with the Starfleet transporting this effectively a weapon of mass destruction bothers me, but that's the point of the documentary. I just wish we could have got more of insight into why Starfleet decided to do it, because it's not something that Starfleet would do in any show that we've watched. There's always a reason for something like that, whether it's a bad role behind the scenes or there's actually a greater purpose that they're trying to achieve by allowing this. Wish that would have delved into a little bit. It's not. It's kind of left very shady and ambiguous. That being said, the visual of the creature is fantastic. I really love the special effects in this one. Um, yeah. It's interesting how you can make something seem darker than it is, talking about the stats of the ship, the weapons complement of the ship, talking about Mbenga, known as the Ghost, and all of the redacted information about his service because he's a sketchy guy. It's interesting that the way you can spin something. I think that's done very well here. Um, I don't mind the mob boss mentality of Pike at the end, because I think Starfleet, or at least Pike, realized that what they were doing wasn't quite above board with what they should be doing. So it kind of redeems it a little bit. And yeah, I mean, you can say things and sound like an asshole. It doesn't mean you're an asshole. You just want the other person to think you're an asshole. So I don't really have an issue with that per se. Um, yeah, I don't know. Don't have much else to say about this that I
Well, how
can
does it
think
feel
of.
now having the entire season? That's the big question that we're learning here. How does it feel?
Uh, it's probably one of the more enjoyable ones for me this season to watch, because I like the non Star Trekky vibe of it, the way it's presented,
Mm-hmm.
as a documentary. So I enjoy those kind of things where it's a little bit different to watch. Um, it could have ended a little bit better with a bit of a better message. Like, yeah, it's great that everybody's found a home in Starfleet, and Starfleet is about the people, or the people make Starfleet. Starfleet doesn't make the people. Um,
Mm.
it just it was a very abrupt end, as these
Mm.
tend to be. So visually, there's a lot of very interesting dynamic shots. Putting a GoPro or getting a sensor thing from outside the ship on the nacelles, an odd choice, but hey, it's kind of cool. Um, there's a lot of unanswered questions, as with a lot of these episodes we've talked about, where they could have just given us a little bit more information, but they kind of left it kind of vague. So I don't know. Personal enjoyment wise, I do enjoy this one. because of the way it's done. Not really agreeing with what Starfleet's doing necessarily, but like I said, I like to think that they have another reason, because they do mention their their trade routes getting attacked and their convoys getting hit by these people. So could be that they're making an agreement to kind of keep
Well, that's the
the
problem with the doc format. You can't know the truth because the truth wouldn't be shared.
yeah.
So you can infer, rightly, I think, there's other things, and it's not Beta or the crew's job to know, A, B, C, and D. It's just you come with a bit more.
But they don't really push that like they could.
No, they don't.
They redact all the admiral's statements, and yeah, Pike is like asking questions like, "Are you sure this is the right thing?" And they just don't push that as far as I think they could have. So
Like it could have done with, as I've done previously, having Beto interview an admiral, maybe Admiral April, and he give very covert answers, because that actually would have added a lot prior to the end, saying, we're at the end of the dock, we interviewed an admiral to see his reflections, and he says, oh, well, this creature would have been useful in this versus, give some overallness, right? That probably would have been a nice.
yeah, or just something like in the long run, we saved more lives.
Yeah,
than we would have been sacrificing.
because docs are meant to be informative, so you can't really leave docs on a non-statement. Yes, you can leave it up to the audience, but also you would think Starfleet docs would be more explicit in telling people answers.
Yeah. But it's kind of on the nose with this creature, and them using basically harpoons. If you look at the graphics, harpoons to keep it under control, or to like,
and it's slightly shades of Star Trek 3. Going after whales and
Star Trek 4.
4. Yeah, sorry, yeah.
So yeah. But for me, it's one of the more enjoyable ones this season because of the way it's different. It stands out. It's got that documentary style. The interviewing of the characters, I think, is great. So yeah,
It's just funny. The format is so excellent for me. Which story is better? Because any of these stories could have been in this format. I do wish they did another one. Would be nice. Just with a stronger story. It's not bad. It could just be better, or more clear, or more distinct, or more just. It's just very hard on to review.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's good. It's fun. It's interesting. But it's just. But I wonder if they think they can't go full force. I mean, if previous episodes they've left with that ambiguity, then it would be odd for them to go full force on one message, right?
Mm-hmm.
But guys, what do you think? The chat is not moving. There's 30 of you watching. Say things, Bob's questions, comments, super chat and PayPal. Your thoughts and comments, because you guys are what delay us by making us say other things. Just saying. Just saying. You have the power as always.
I've actually refreshed a few times because the chat hasn't been moving. I was just wondering if things were.
Yeah, I'm just doing that now. Yeah. Score-wise, though, happy to go to score. Yeah, it is a solid episode. It's how it's made that works for me versus what's in it. But it's got some really great bits. But it could have been better.
Yes.
Shall I go score first?
Yeah, you go score first, yeah.
I think for me, and those that do not like it are not going to appreciate this, I'm going to go this season, I'm going to go 8.5. I think it is in the 8s. I think it's very solid. I think Whole of Stranger Worlds, it's missing out on a lot of the charm of the show. So I'm gonna go 7.9 for all Stranger Worlds, because I think it's missing something. But structurally, it's very successful, but still missing a lot of that secret sauce. 8.5 and 7.9, so still right up there, but not quite otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for me, I think for the season, I would probably give it a 8.8.
Mm.
For all of Strange New Worlds. Thing is, it does so much differently
Mm-hmm.
that it's a standout. So I've got to give it a got an 8.2 for all Strange New Worlds.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not the
Yep.
best message, nor does it paint Starfleet in a particularly good light, but it's fine.
Okay, we've once again changed our words, Stuart. Previously, after reviewing it, we were galala-lowing. You this time gave it 8.8 and 8.2, respectively. Last time you gave a 9.5 and 9, respectively. So you've gone down 0.7 and 0.8.
As I said, I skewed my scoring the first time, so I had to keep things. So yeah, this is my correction phase.
I gave it 8.5 and 7.9. Last time I gave a 9.3 and 9.1. So I've gone down 0.8 and 1.9 respectively. So a good chunk down, but we're going off the 9, category, but into solid 8s. Interesting. That's what I mean. I think in having rewatched it and really talking with you, the 9s are what we're not hitting this season, right? We're hitting the 8s, we're hitting the 7s, but the 9s are where we're struggling, right?
Yeah.
Which is fair. All right, I have to go to the bathroom once again, but I'll bring up the thumbnail for episode 8. It's a great chance for you to start giving some comments, feedback, thoughts, super chats, your thoughts on episode 8, and or PayPal's. Up to you all.
I'll read out the poll real quick.
Yes.
So, what do you think of the documentary? The winner is okay with 4 to 6 at 53%. Wow. Second place is bad, 1 to 3 at 33%. Good gets 13%, which is 7 to 8, and no 9 to 10s.
Wow.
Damn.
And ETR says, I think we can all agree the season was rushed. I wouldn't say rush, just not having the toppest of tierest ideas. I wouldn't say rushed. No. Cheaper,
Yeah.
yes, not rushed. All right, see you in a mo.
Yes, go. So 45 likes, guys. Let's get those likes up to 50. Keep super chatting in if you can to get us drink more, finish up our drinks or whatever. Or PayPal. PayPal, you get a little bit more bonus going on there. Let me just check and see if anybody's PayPal. No. Okay. But feel free if you're able to. We appreciate it. Helps us out. And it makes these more fun because get a little tipsy, a little bit not clear-headed, and say some stupid shit sometimes. So good thing is today people kind of hit us early with those because that's when to do it is early in the live stream so that by the end we're feeling it. I mean, I got to admit it's starting to wear off a little bit for me. There was a moment where my face was a little bit numb, but that's kind of gone away now. So anyhow, but comment at least in the regular chat. Let us know what you guys are thinking about the episodes. Graham McGregor says people behind the show did explain why this episode was lacking, or why this season was lacking. Sorry. Um, Did they? Because I missed that apparently. It's funny, and I don't think it's lacking necessarily. I enjoyed a lot of the episodes for their own unique reasons this season. Just odd to me that it's so divisive. Like some people love these, some people hate these. I don't know, man. It still has a Star Trek vibe to me, but it's a different Star Trek vibe. It's kind of the fun show where they can have fun, do fun things. Ray Rick says I PayPal. Ray is back. All right, let's see. I don't see it yet. Refresh. Refresh. Yeah, still don't see it, Ray. Wait till Sam gets back. Maybe you can check on his end. Maybe it's just not showing up for me. Graham McGregor says it was an online interview that the writer's strike affected the episodes and promise fourth season to be better. Well, that's good at least. Yeah. I mean, fourth season is better than this season. That's going to be fantastic for me because I enjoyed this season as a whole. So, but I hear that a lot of people have not enjoyed it or did not enjoy it. So that makes me a little sad. Eric says there was an interview where they said the writer's strike forced them to change teams after the strike, so it was inconsistent. Oh. Huh. And just waiting on Sam here. Don't know what's taking so long, but hit the like button. Come on, 5 more likes to get to 50. I think that's easily doable. We can do that. Well, you guys can do that for sure. ETR Triad, I don't hate it by any means, just want more ships. Yeah, and that was the thing that sucked about this season is we got more ships in the opening title sequence. There was more ships at the end. And in episode 2, Wedding Bell Blues, when they're around the starbase, you see like there's a Larson class, there's like the Nimitz class with like TOS and style nacelles. Like they actually took some time and effort to do some ships, which made me excited that we'd see some of these ships later in the season. No, we absolutely did not. So more ships would be great. And not the goddamn Farragut. The Farragut is atrocious. I don't know what is up with those struts, but it's just silly for the sake of being silly. All right, I will start talking about season 3, episode 8, 4.5 Vulcans. Sam is taking forever. So yeah, this one starts out with a flawed premise, I think. The reason that they need to become Vulcan is because Vulcans have made contact with this planet, but only Vulcans would be allowed to go down, and they have advanced scanning systems. So they have to not just disguise themselves, they have to become Vulcan, which I think is incredibly stupid. They would be able to scan that Spock was in fact half human, which is a problem for me. But they go down, it's very quickly fixed, come back, and of course the serum doesn't reverse itself. So we got them stuck as Vulcans. Big thing that sticks out to me that really annoys me is the fact that when they get changed, their hairstyle changes. That's not how that works. I also pointed something out that I noticed that wasn't their first take per se because Chapel's knees were dirty. I don't know whether that's because she's the head nurse, but they had obviously filmed the scene prior to them doing that transformation scene because yeah, Chapel's knees were already dirty, which I thought was kind of funny. Um, each of their characters, I think, had a fun time with it. At least Pike was over the top, felt very much like a Conehead, but he made me laugh the most because of his over exaggeration and stiff stance. Uh, so kudos to them for that. Uhura was the least good for me. She was fine. Her thing with Patel was interesting. I don't buy for a second that she could mind meld, and not like liquefy his brain as a result. There needed, again, this is another example of the episode needed some lines of dialogue that said Spock should have mind melded with them each after they became a Vulcan to calm them, give them some kind of focus. Because there's a throwaway line later in the episode where it's because it came from Spock's blood that all that's integrated, which I think is kind of stupid. So they needed something else here. So just another example of the episode not quite living up to what it could be. But yeah, the Uhura Beta stuff was fine, I guess. Um, the Chapel stuff being an overachiever, I think was fine. I mean, it didn't really do much for me, if I'm honest. Yeah, she was running 7 experiments at once, and why need sleep? And I wasted so much time on socializing, which pays off at the end where she's like, I got to go talk to a lot of people. After she gets some sleep, of course. Um, the decision for them all to remain Vulcan was not fucking logical at all. There was a lot of logic issues which I wish would have been addressed here because they weren't making logical decisions. Um, Bringing in Doug was a win for this episode. It was great getting introduced to a new character and somebody that really likes humans and the human culture, and to be tied to Una in such a way that drives Una like crazy, like boy band girl fan groupie crazy is just funny to me. And the interactions between Ethan Peck and everybody in this episode are great, but him and Doug and Una in particular are really good. Of course, the La'an thing being the Romulan, loved that. Was handled very well, I think. Um, could have been better. She could have done something to the ship to improve, like Sam has said before, to improve the weapon systems or something. Maybe that's why we have blue phasers in TOS, not red, because she improves them. But there's some confusing stuff in here as well. Like, first of all, you glaze over everybody becoming human again, except for La'an. In her mind palace or whatever it is, you got the beluga whales in the science lab as like cetacean ops or whatever, which is a cool visual. But are you telling us it's cetacean ops or is it just in her head? The dance fight was cool, and the way that that all got resolved was good. But I wish we would have seen the other ones get resolved as well. It was just done off screen very flippantly, and could have been better. Oh, and the one thing that really stands out for this one for me, which I had almost forgotten until I saw this, was Kirk and Scotty getting to know each other a little bit better, because they have to deal with La'an and they end up having a drink together. And in the previous episode, The Salat Who Ate Its Tail, Scotty was very much at odds with Kirk, not agreeing with his command style and stuff. So I love the way that the dynamic kind of played out. So overall, this is a really fun episode. The main premise of it for why they became Vulcans, I think, was a little silly, a little forced, didn't need to be there. I wish there would have been another reason for it because it was just wrapped up so quickly, and that's kind of funny in and of itself. But then for them to want to remain Vulcan doesn't make any goddamn sense. So yeah, there's some issues with it, but overall it was a pretty fun, enjoyable episode with people playing against type again, and I think the actors had a great time with it, and I think it shows in a lot of their performances. So there you go. That's my take on it. Oh, and the after credit blooper scenes or improv scenes were really good.
You do love those, yes.
Although some of them didn't make a lot of sense.
No,
because
as improv it is often doesn't.
Yeah, because Doug would know a lot more about human culture than.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, this episode is such an odd one in that you have to ignore.
That's what I'm gonna do.
You have to ignore the fundamental premise for it to work. Because of course they can't all become Vulcan like this. Of course they can't. It doesn't work. Fundamentally. Yes. It works if they were some Vulcan-y or like, but of course you can't get a mind meld from a drug that turns you. Of course you can't. It's nonsensical. Like that. No, that's not very Trekky. It doesn't work. The way they frame it doesn't work. It's too easy. No. But since it's such a 101 premise of the episode, you have to ignore it and just have fun with it because it doesn't think it makes sense either. It feels like, why is the hair different? It wouldn't be. So they're going for the comedic comedy film route, not the real Trek drama. But you know that the hair wouldn't change. It wouldn't. So therefore you accept it, right? They know they're being stupid, right? It's like it was actually a very good example. It's like Home Alone, right? You accept that the burglars aren't getting murdered by every single trap. You accept that they're going to be fine from being flamethrowed in the face, and they're fine, right? You accept the premise doesn't work and have fun with it. but because the episode means well, even though many people disagreed when the trailer came out, it means well. It's trying to do interesting things. We accept it because it's fun enough, right? But the premise is not well told, is not well established, and it will not be a 9 out of 10 because it doesn't work. Like, you've already lost yourself that top slot. However fun it is, the premise doesn't work. So already you're down to a minimum or highest an 8, right? But positives to the negatives. Everyone's having fun. Costumes are fantastic. Performances are all fantastic. Varying degrees of success, but they're trying 4 very different things. La'ana's a standout for being a Romulan. Really creative. Could have been the entire episode, to be honest. I would have adored a Romulan episode without being Romulan. Would have been chef's kiss. And have only Pike be the one that can call her out on it. As in, you reframe it's only those 2 are Vulcans, and then he knows. Like, that would have been really clever. You know, playing this mini civil war inside the ship or whatever. It would have been really, really fun. But, you know, Chapel's delightful, amazing acting for what is a small bit, and Benga's barely there. Padden's great. Fun, weird, silly, unnecessary. Una gets to actually act. Something different. Yeah, it's a fundamentally broken episode, but it knows it is, I feel like, and they're just having fun. As are many TOS episodes, right? There are lots of broken... Yeah, of course. 60s. Like, this would have been totally a 60s episode, right? With some slight retroactiveness. You could have made the whole main bridge crew Vulcan in TOS and it worked. It's very that sort of style. And I love the end with the mind palace. It's great, I said before. And we set up her promotion, the Patel, which does work less well now, knowing this all of that time's meaningless. Every single Patel would have cut now, knowing it doesn't go anywhere. Personally, now, if I was focused on the season as a whole, because that time could be spent for absolutely anything else, would have been more meaningful. That just was like spinning wheels in retrospect.
Fuck, I didn't even mention the Patel stuff in this episode.
Yeah, that's a whole subplot. Cool. And yeah, like I said, I would have taken out the mind meld. Doesn't make any sense with whatever, because that, in theory, if Uhura mind melded thingy, that means his brain cells now in her human brain, because it's not going to go away, is it? Like, it opens way too many cans of worms to be really worth it. Yeah, it's they went silly, and it didn't quite work, but it was clever, but also it wasn't. It was both. Confusing.
Yeah.
But it's definitely one of the funnest of the season. You just gotta, like I say, accept the silliness. Yeah, I mean, no one's saying anything, so score-wise, we can jump straight into that then. As you guys are the ones that keep us chatting or not. Episode 8, Stuart, what are you going to rate in this retrospective look through this season?
For personal enjoyment, it'd be higher, but for the season, go with an 8.7, I guess.
Because would you agree this is weaker on a retrospect, but not for reasons that matter?
Yes. Yeah.
8.7. 8.7.
Yeah. For all the Strange New Worlds, I'm gonna give it a 8.2, just because of the character interactions and yeah. Ignoring a lot of the silly things.
Yes.
Some
And
good stuff in there.
do vote in the poll. 12 votes. It's 27 of you here. 26 of you here. Vote in the damn poll, guys. We want to know.
Let's get it up to 20 at least.
Yeah. 12. Like Spike. Like Spike. Like Spike. Like Spike. Like Spike. Okay, it doesn't really work. There's only 2 of us in the room. But you know what I mean. So, you know what I mean.
I hear you.
I want to know what you guys think. Okay, good scores. Yeah, I think I'm similar. This is not hitting 9. Nope. And it could have. This one really could have been a 9.
For personal enjoyment, for me, it would be above a 9. like 9.1 or 9.2.
Well, that's what the metric is, though. This season / personal enjoyment, right? It's a combination of the two.
Yeah, I'm still kind of stick with what I got.
Okay, but it could easily have been a 9, with a few very minor tweaks. It shot itself in the foot there. This season enjoyment is definitely still one of the best of the season, but despite itself, I'm gonna say 8.4. It's not quite at that 8.5 top 15%, but it's still, for the season it's good. For the whole show, it's tricky because it's got just an odd contrast of good and not so good. I'm gonna go 7.9. I think it's seeing the 8s, but there's a good chunk better. There's a good chunk better. But yeah, had it just explained it better, it would have been in the 9, I think, very easily. But it just yeah. But it is one of the best of the season. All right, comparing that, you just gave it an 8.7 and 8.2 respectively. Previously, you gave it a 9.1 and 8.7. So you've lowered the score by 0.4 and 0.5, which seems about on par with what we're doing. Everything is about. That seems roughly right. I gave 8.4 and 7.9. Oh, okay. Fuck, okay. I give it 8.3, so I've gone up by 0.1. That is surprising. This season, I also went up 7.5 to 7.9. Huh. Don't know what to think about that. Okay, wow. I mean, you're always high, as you said, score-wise. I was always lower, so I guess that kind of makes sense, but that's... Okay, didn't see that coming.
And we have 16 votes in the poll. Wait for a few more. Getting into 20 would be good. And 46 likes. Hit the like button, guys. Let's get 4 more likes and 4 more votes.
Yes, there's so many of you that could vote.
Yes.
So do.
Yeah, go do that.
Do vote now or forever hold your peace. Let us know.
Yeah, there would have been a lot of ways to improve or tweak this episode, as with all the episodes this season, actually. Just small things that could have been done to make them so much better.
It feels like a season where you needed one more pass with a Trekkie at the helm. Right? Just to smooth out it a bit. That's all you'd need for a whole other thing. That's not quite how this works. Or, shields exist. Episode 1. You can't beam through shields next to a star doing a thing in episode 1. That doesn't work. You can't do that. If you can do that, then it breaks loads of other rules.
Well, they do it in the next episode too. Jamming a wormhole open, and they beam people down with their shields would have been up. It's just.
I mean, at least I guess you could argue they're consistent. TNG did everything because sometimes they forgot, sometimes they didn't. So at least if they always break the rule, then it's better.
Yes. All right, 18 votes and 47 likes. Guys, 3 more likes and 18 votes is good, but we can wait for 2 more.
Okay, at least 19, guys. Come on. There's 27 of you here. And I have so much booze in this cup. This is a properly full booze cup. I'm just saying. But I do feel it's been a good learned live stream. I think we've had a good review on each of them. I'm quite pleased with what we've learned.
Yeah. My drunkiness is starting to wear off, and I'm starting to get fucking tired. I've hit that wall.
Oh yeah, it's
long. I didn't maintain it.
But hey, we built up. Had some silly fun. 2 left, a good one, and the last one. So what I feel like, guys, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I feel like you should have both of us down our big drink by paying about $30 or $40 extra, apart from what's in the PayPal. So PayPal 30 or 40, a couple of tens, whatever. We'll down some shit and we'll get through the rest, and it'll kick in. So I challenge everyone to put in 5s in the PayPal. And if we accumulate, we'll down some stuff. We'll end on a big note, guys. That is my challenge to you all. Just saying.
I got 48 likes. Still only 18 votes. Let's close out this vote, this poll. Yeah, I know. The winner at 44% is 4 to 6. It's okay. Second place is 7 to 8. Good.
Okay.
With 33%.
Oh,
And
interesting.
22% for 1 to 3, which is bad. No votes for 9 to 10.
There's always one, unless there isn't.
Yeah, I didn't stand up for a second. My sciatica started to bother me. I'm still here.
That's
Don't
so
worry.
interesting. But I do genuinely wish this one had been just she was a Vulcan, he was a she was a Romulan, he was a Vulcan, and just do just that. Right? That would have been super fun. That would have been super fun. Yeah. Cool. Okay, episode 9. I can bring us into this if you want.
Go for it.
Episode 9, we finally, after 5 years, 3 seasons, got on Tiga's episode. It is simple. She's on a rather well done LED wall of a planet, dealing with life and a Gorn, female Gorn, makes friends with. It's relatively well done. The Gorn can understand her, she can understand it. They work out to communicate based on a rudimentary translation. You get lots of colors to the ship where they are doing what they can without any sort of evidence she's alive. Not a single bit, which is quite interesting actually. Normally you have something to go on, but the fact they commit that far is quite a testament. With 0 repercussions, Uhura breaks all the rules to risk not only the ship, the crew, and 5,000 colonists. And she's given a pat on the back saying, well done, that's okay, kind of thing. And it doesn't feel good compared to the previous episodes. They let themselves down there with storytelling, but whatever.
Yeah.
And then we get a beautiful chess scene, and then Gordon chess, really super, really, really well done. Weird pacing, but great scene. We get some bold visuals of her literally exploding the atmosphere of an entire moon and being saved by, of course, the aliens. So it explains it. That's fine. But pretty bold thing to do. I mean, talk about we've got no other choices. Let's explode the planet, basically. Right? Amazing. But it feels very Ortega's. They see it, they rescue her, and then the entire team murder something for very little reason. And it feels terrible, and it actively hurts the ending. And then you get, once you're reeling from that terrible character moment, you get bloody TOS aliens that are pretty good, a bit more dickish, and could have fixed some stuff, but didn't. But at least it gives it a really interesting ending, except everyone remembers, therefore it's sort of meaningless in its own way. Odd. It ain't no Darmok, but it's good. Ortega is very good in it. She really owns everything. Yeah. So well done her. Which we knew she could. Yeah.
Fantastic Ortegas episode, but it definitely gives shades of Galileo 7 mixed with, Arena mixed with. Anyway, it's fine. Definitely Enemy Mine like, but again, this is an ugly episode. The colors on the moon are hideous and gray, and scrolling through the pictures, it's just a muddy mess, and it's not great. The stuff on the Enterprise with them calculating the odds, Uhura fudging the numbers, Pike knowing about it.
In Spock's peripheral vision.
Yeah, exactly. Jamming a wormhole open with the ship, it's all great and all that jazz, but it doesn't make sense because they hit the red line for that, and then they continue to just hang out there for a while and beam people down, and in full tactical gear with weapons set to kill, with no indication that you would need any of that to rescue Ortegas.
And if they said, "Oh, reading one Gorn life sign, full tactical artillery team," yes, Captain, done.
No, exactly. Again, it's like every other one we've talked about. A line of dialogue here or there would have improved it immensely.
But the way La'an saunters off the bridge and then takes time to change to full tac team away gear, which is not quick.
After they've hit the red line, and then they somehow beam through the shields, which are up to hold open this wormhole. It gets dumber and dumber and dumber.
Yep.
The Ortega stuff is great. Don't buy for a second that she can fix their communications, Gorn communications array, but The animatronic for the Gorn looked fantastic. Loved the dynamic between the two of them. Loved the Gorn was friendly, and that was kind of fun seeing them bond together. But then the ending is totally ruined by La'an and the security team just massacring this thing. Like context clues, you're a bad security officer if you don't realize that they just came out of this shelter together.
You know what's funny?
Yeah,
If this was season 1,
would have been fine.
would have been weird, like damn, but would have been. Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
Fine. Doesn't work
Yep.
here.
And the Metron thing I kind of like. They had an easy out to explain a lot of things for TOS and Arena. They just chose not to. They deleted the memory of the Metron from Ortigas's mind, left the memory of the Gorn for everyone else, because even Uhura's like, remember the Gorn. They were your friend. Should have. They did put in a line, which I appreciate, is that we might have to change your perception of the Gorn at some point. But as of right now, we want to see where you two barbaric species go with each other. So this is another mixed bag. There was a lot of good, and there was a lot of stuff that just didn't make sense at the end, specifically. So,
But it's not maddeningly bad, which is different compared to some
no.
other stuff, right? No, it's not like a
Yes.
Discovery bad.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, it's probably one of the better ones this season. It's an Ortigas episode, which we've been waiting for forever. So, and I think she nailed it. A lot of little nuances with her character that were kind of fun. I just wish they would have, again, made a few small tweaks here and there to make it a little bit more. Yeah. Enemy mine. You want to do the scoring first?
Just doing the poll. Guys, let us know what you think. And I think there's a PayPal if you want to check.
Is there? Ray said he threw one in, but I never did see it come up.
I think it's come up.
Nope, still nothing for me. Oh, there it is. Took a while. Jesus Christ. All right, Ray Rex, the amazing man that he is, in 30, and he says, back for a moment. Uniform change. Oh, you get to change again. Thank you, Ray. I'm glad you're back.
Guys, I would love to see another 5-5s. We have so much more booze. I mean, hey, as ever. Oh, there you go. Well, I was just saying. You speak and then double Ray.
Ray Ricks to the rescue with £5. I may be wrong.
Oh.
I seem to recall it was a warp bubble holding wormhole open. Don't think it was shields. No, it wasn't warp bubble at all. It was
just them in it.
Using the ship to literally wedge the ship in there.
They didn't explain how. It just they were. I mean, I assume it's the shields, but they didn't have to explain. Warp bubble been fun, but also you can't turn on a warp bubble and stay not at warp. Right?
Yeah.
You'll be at warp to have a warp bubble, I would assume, at least a stable one. You'd probably start forming one without being at warp, but
I mean, maybe they're that, but I don't remember ever talking about it in the 3 times that I talked about this episode. So,
yeah. All right, back in the mode.
Yeah, if it was there, it wasn't focused on clearly enough to be of any importance to anyone. So, also getting some glimpses of Ortegas's quarters with like the SR-71 Blackbird and the Spitfire. Obviously, her love for flight and for flying machines. It's kind of cool. So, and I'll have a drink for that Ray Ritz one. Thank you. And 48 likes still, guys. Can we get 2 more likes to get to 50? 28 of you here. I'm sure that all of you have not hit like yet. So if you are one of those people that has not hit like yet, please do so. We would appreciate it. Well, look, he's back. He's back, everyone. Fabulous.
This one's less fiddly, you see. But I ain't got Velcro yet, so I got no badges. It's the new Singaporean, no, Taiwanese one. But it's very constricting. Has very little, as you can imagine, what with the stronger fabric, it's
Yeah.
so good at the tug though.
Nice.
Yeah. Does this episode, because I asked every time, does it benefit from the full season? Now, of course, we only have one more, right? So it's not too much linked. But does it benefit now, do you think, missing the whole season and feeling about the whole thing? Because obviously now we're linking to episode 1, blah, blah. What do you think?
Well, I mean, that's the only redeeming. That's the only thing that carries over here is her dealing with her PTSD. I love that the Metron points that out too. You were able to deal with your PTSD and get over this thing. The Gorn was, was lonely, needed a friend, and so you both overcame something to live together essentially. Um, it doesn't. I don't think it's really affected by the rest of the season at all. It seems like a very quick wrap up almost to her PTSD. Like, yeah, I get it. This would make you think twice about the Gorn being good, but it just seemed like such an issue at the end of episode 2 that it was going to be a bigger deal this season, and just wasn't. It kind of fizzled and fizzled, and then led up to this.
But also, we had feelings about Kolber having his, like, doing a whole 2 episodes about impure therapy, about going to the future, and then ignoring it for the rest of them. Like it was a big thing that's gone. So at least this is like, she got over it because she's a professional. Okay. Yeah. Like, she's a better character because she got over it.
Yeah.
Right? It feels odd and wrong, I would say, to have mentally unstable people get into Starfleet. Because how the hell are they getting through the psych exams? And the constant physicals, right? People aren't, especially on, in theory, and I guess they say in this season, the flagship, they shouldn't be making bizarre exceptions because they happen to be on the ship. Like, these people have stringent regulations applied. So it works. Thankfully, I just wish I had a few more touchstones about it.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, so I'll do score first for this one. But I don't think, having now done this with you all in one session, I think the end with Trelane, and there's another one which the ending affected it. Which was that? Where the ending was not as quite strong. There was 2 where the ending kind of affected the whole feeling.
Don't know.
Well, there's 2. Both of them, the ending weakened the episode more than this. The ending is so sharp and shocking, but it's not Ortega's fault. And it does make sense. She's just a scummy person. And it hurts the character, but it's more believable just in a scummy way. Right? So it doesn't hurt me as much score-wise. Like, I'm not going to lose a point because of the ending, right? It's just sucky. And it's the famous example where they could have done a better thing for me is where, Last Jedi, when Rey doesn't become Kylo's Sith friend person. Like, had they done that, it would have been truly unique. There's a point when the episode could have done something special, and it didn't. This episode, they could have taken the Gorn to the ship and had episode 10 doing something interesting. Missed opportunity, right? So for me, this season, definitely one of the best, but because the general quality is so good, the acting is so good, the pacing is rather good, and it just stands out as being a very successful version of the single-person story. So I'm going to say this season, I'm going to go 8.3. And All the Stranger Worlds, I'm going to say 8, actually, because they did improve the Gorn as well from their version. They've made them. So yeah, I think it's a pretty, holds up pretty well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, for me, this one, I think for this season is probably one of the higher ones for sure. Wow. I'll give it a, I feel like I've done this before, but I'll give it an 8.8. for the season for all the Strange New Worlds. Yeah, it's definitely still up there.
Mhm.
Go with an 8.4.
Okay.
Close. It's close, but yeah.
So for reference, ooh. Oh. Okay. Okay.
Those were sounds.
They were. So you just gave an 8.8 and 8.4 respectively. You previously gave it an 8.3 and 8.1. So you just upped your score by 0.5 and 0.3.
Interesting.
That is very interesting. I gave it this time an 8.3 and 8. I gave it 8.1 and 8.5 respectively. So I went down 0.2 for season. No, and up 0.2 for the season, but down 0.5 for Stranger Worlds. How does that make sense? I have no idea. That's interesting. Wow, so you've gone down, 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 up, up, up. So the ones who... That's really interesting. Very distinct, and you're consistent when you're like... The difference is always notable. Either down or notably up.
Ray Rixo says, I have nothing better to do. Just scan the scene, and it was a warp bubble. I'm sad, I know. Okay, well, then it's a little more
Really?
forgivable that they beam through it then.
Okay. Huh. Thanks for checking.
Interesting.
Yeah, okay. I've no memory of that, but I'm glad for checking. Appreciate it. All right, we got here, guys. We got to the end. Now, I as I said, we got this last thing. I'll do a quick thing for Ray's 30, but... Oh, God, that's drunk. Oh, fucking hell.
No, I will too.
Wow. Oh, God. Can we get as we're nearing the end, can we get a final 20 in Super Chats or 20 in PayPal? Whichever, both ever would be great. Help us do a bit more boozing right before the end. As we close out and do the swan song of this season. I know.
Let's see what you guys are saying in the poll, though, for this episode. So for Terrarium, episode 9, Beam Down, Set to Kill. The winner with 55% is 7 to 8, which is good out of 10. Second place is 4 to 6. It was okay with 27%. And then a two-way tie for last place with 9% for 1 to 3 bad and 9 to 10 amazing. Yeah, that is interesting.
I mean, not many votes, of course, in any of these to get but really interesting microcosm.
Yeah.
Oh, and also, I always tend to ask this: 25 people here. Who has watched our entire 4-hour live? Hand up if you have. You have, yes. Dear me. Episode 10. We just did this one.
We did just do this one.
You can go first.
Aw, thanks. I feel so honored. Yeah, so we got Han Patel over to the jurisdictional board, whatever, but she's back on Enterprise for a little while to say her goodbyes. And then we get news of Corby because they're all hanging out in Pike's quarters and hear about Corby doing this thing on this faraway planet. And yeah, then get the back and forth between, oh, there's shit in the computer, there's a weird anomaly, there's a pattern, oh, it was beamed out, and then cutting back to the planet, and they'll get the reveal that, oh my God, Gamble. It's Gamble, everyone. Perfect.
Imgid. Sorry,
right? Then other stuff happens, I guess, and then some stuff again happens, and I don't fucking know what's happening anymore.
I think
Patel...
it's fair to say, Stuart, we've just reviewed every episode. This all of a sudden instantly looks worse.
Yep.
We haven't even looked at it properly yet, and already I'm like, it's not as strong as other ones. instantly, having just really gone through the season. Doesn't hold up the way it should.
Patel is like, I gotta go on this mission. I don't know what it is. And Pike's like, oh, okay, all right, cool. They send an away party or a landing party down, and you get Lon looking super goddamn hot doing a Vulcan neck pinch. Oh my, she could neck pinch
Which
me
makes
any day.
sense.
Yeah, absolutely, it does.
Wait, can she neck pinch your neck or your butt? Or both?
Anywhere she'd like.
Okay.
And yeah, then it just becomes a thing that these people in this palace or this temple just allow anybody to go up. It's fine. They go up.
It's as if they forget their own setup.
Right. They see writing that tells Dr. Mbenga's story, and he gets scanned and sent through a portal to episode 5's planet with the statue. And back on the ship, they're talking about ley lines in space. I know this planet's connected to the one they were just at in episode 5, and this could be bad because the evil could be let out and sent multiple places in the quadrant. I think that's what happens. Then a bunch of other stuff happens. Holy fuck! Seriously, what is going on here? And then, oh yeah, back on season or episode 5 planet. He needs. I mean, Gamble guy needs. Sorry, Vesda guy needs Mbanga to get back through the door so he can't kill him. I guess. Hacks a statue, affects Patel, she's hurt. Then Patel and Pike go down to the planet and they got to open up the portal, but they can't because they don't have enough power. And yeah, everybody's cool with them just hanging around, Starfleet officers in the temple and all that, but that's fine. They decide that they can use the full power of the sun. I mean, a starship will get you halfway there with one phaser beam. 2 ships aren't additive, but they are complementary. So they get the Farragut to come in and they both fire at the portal and open the portal and send Captain Pike and Patel through. And then there's a whole inner light episode that happens with Pike. He has a whole lifetime with Marie, and they have a family, and they get old, and then she dies, and she keeps telling him to ignore the door because somebody's knocking at the door, until she gets old, and then she says, "Go into the door because I'm done now." And then he answers the door, and there's Gamble with no eyes, and all that the whole lifetime happened in the space of like a minute, probably. I don't know. And Patel has this very grandiose, over the top, extremely science like special effects heavy fight. It's amazing. The choreography whips around, throws Gamble all over the place.
No, that's the other show we just watched called the Turbulence of the Soul. This is Doctor Strange Worlds.
Perfect.
Anyway, this ended in 10 seconds.
Epic fight scene with the battle of the final boss.
No. Again, that's the other show. You're thinking of Stranger Worlds. She went glowy.
Yeah. Oh, and she becomes the statue. Because earlier I forgot about this part, but
yes.
Her biosigns match the statue.
And do you remember Pike's reaction?
Well, he had lived a whole. I don't have a problem with that, if I'm honest.
It's just a love is life.
It's fine.
Something
anyway.
Good.
I don't even know how it fucking ends.
He's sad. Everyone hugs, kind of.
Oh, and it feels like a series finale for me because you get a Spock and Kirk moment because they had to do a mind meld earlier. I forgot about that too, where they had to be perfect synchronicity. So they have a playing chess moment, and yeah, then it's like we have more maps with more planets to explore, enough for a 5-year mission. It's like, cool, let's do that shit. And then they go and do that shit. The end. And Patel was always there from the beginning of time.
She knew Q, she knew Lady Q, she knew Little Q, all the Qs.
And the Great Koala.
And Trelane.
Nah.
And Trelane's mum, Lady Q.
Nah. And Badgie. Oh, Badgie's
well, he was briefly knowable. Yeah. And she often plays space chess. Space Gorn chess with the Par Wraiths.
Yes, yeah.
Because she's a protector, right? So if they lose the chess game, then they have to stay in the parallel dimension. It's all in the novel. Go read that when it's released. Yeah. Am I fair to say, Stuart, this episode now feels much worse now we've reviewed the entire season?
Yep.
Why? Because it really does feel worse now. It didn't feel this way when we watched it. It now feels worse.
It's so hollow. The
Mm.
main plot with the Vesda and Gamble just is so truncated by the addition of the Inner Light story. This really needed 2 episodes to
Desperately.
focus on, because the pacing and just everything about this it's fucking weird. It's jumble.
Yeah.
And no one piece shines for it. So
Not even a single element of it.
Yeah.
Apart from like, arms makeup.
oh yeah, she looks phenomenal.
And it's also very fantasy-esque. It's lost that Star Trek sheen of pseudoscience, and it's now into the fuck it fantasy realm. It just has a certain something. Yeah, like I said, I'm genuinely shocked how worse this feels for the season. It feels like almost a different show. It's not about characters. Either it is, but it's not like everyone's just kind of there. Not an ensemble show. Then you've got the giant step over the 2 cast, which isn't amazing. It's fine. Right? It's fine. It's right. Yeah. Is what it is. You got an absurd ending that's not good. It's just not. And then you got resolutions which are not good either, except little bright sparks, but they're tiny in uninteresting scenes. Very odd. But what's bad in it though? Right? I don't know if anything's bad. It's just not firing on even half cylinders. Does that make sense?
And nothing's bad except for just a lack of information, a lack of storytelling, a lack of story beats. Like there's a lot that you could, again, as we've said with every fucking episode this season, there's just lacking something. A couple of lines of dialogue would have helped with certain things.
Or cut chunks, focus on the chunks, because you realize you can't do it. Or give it 20 more minutes. If you need to do the Inner Light, just add 20 minutes. Make that an extra bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need 40 minutes of the main story. Yeah, it's... Because it's not a good standalone story, and it's not a good sequel to episode 5, or whatever the episode was. And it's not a good end to Patel's story. So all the things it tries to do, it doesn't do well. Badly, but it just wastes all of them.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's sad. That's sad. Right? We knew it wasn't great, but it's definitely worse than we thought.
It's better than episode 1, to be fair.
Yeah, of course. That's because the performances are more focused and having fun than that. Guys, okay, we are... Oh, I didn't do a poll. Fuck's sake. Okay. Final poll. I thought I did that, but I didn't. Like, talking to you all.
Hit the like button. 2 people. 2 more likes, get to 50, guys. Would be awesome. You know you want to. Also, Jess Bush ginger hair. Wasn't that impressive, if I'm honest. But yes. But on. Oh my god. S1 Noir. Not additive, but complementary was the most trying to sound smart without being I've ever heard. It was indistinguishable from being additive. Why even bring it up? Yeah. So go vote on the poll. What do you think about this episode, guys? It's 100% right now with bad.
There we go. And yeah, just of course, TOS phases aren't half the power of the sun. Of course they're not. Like, in no way am I ever going to use that for anything. Of course they're not. It's like it is in a similar way. Vija is not 12 AUs, and they just messed that up, and then they modified to 1 AU, and it's like, oh, okay. Of course it's not 12 times the diameter of the solar system, which means that no, of course it's not. Right? That's ridiculous. it's just like, no, of course. And that's the problem with this show. It does certain things, just their lack of checking the script create more problems later on. But because the show is so fun and enjoyable, you can get away with it. But I wish they had one more pass with the Trekkie. I've said that twice now. It needs a bit more refinement with a Star Trek fan to give it more fleshed outness, because it is just missing. You know, like, can you imagine what would happen, right? If this might sound a little bit silly, but if Rick Sternbach, right, if he was given the script to read through and make notes, and they had to follow his notes, and now he'd have to bring the science back to Trek logic, and how they have to adjust the story, like how interesting that would be, you know, like getting it, what someone who got it fully would do. I'd be very interested to see how that would play. Right.
Okay, go vote in the poll, guys.
I want to know. And we're now final super chat times. Can we get? I'm looking at the numbers, guys. $14 would be a superb metric for our super chat. So 3 5s and we're done. Very happy with that. Thank you all the PayPals. They have been exceptional. That is absolutely remarkable. Makes a huge difference. Thank you all so much. Especially one guy who's a crazy MF.
Ray Riggs.
Yes. All right, Stuart, tell me, does this episode improve or less good in the whole season? And then give me your scores.
Less good for sure. It's worse than I thought it was after just reviewed it as well, which is awful. Score wise for this season, I'm going to give it a this season I'll give it a 6.4. For All of Strange New Worlds, I feel like I want to give it a 5.8.
So again, sorry?
5.8. Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah. Dan Ben says scientists have said that you have to have the power of the sun if you were going to vaporize someone, like with Star Trek phasers. Sure. Phaser outputting half the power of the sun would have come in real handy in the Dominion War. A friend who I got into Trek even laughed at that, making no sense, having seen 90s Trek casually. Yeah, well.
Like, it's fine if you then have to say, okay, therefore shields are able to take half the sun in TOS, because it'd have to be if you have a phaser fight, right? All Klingon shields have to be at least half power of the sun plus. Well, then they can survive the sun. Right? Oh, wait, they can't. So obviously not half power of the... It's just ludicrous. And it's fine. It would have still been impressive to say a 1/100th the power of the sun. That would still be mind-boggling, right? Wow. Amazing. Takes a whole fleet of 100 ships with the power of the sun. Okay. Dumb, but okay. Half? Fucking hell. Get a grip. Oh, sorry, my score. Yeah, definitely worse, and I'm sad about it. But it was never great. It just doesn't hold up to the season. I'm actually kind of pleased the season is good. Not great. But it let itself down on either end. The bookends are real letdowns. First episode for loads of strong reasons. The last one for loads of small reasons, all adding up. There's no big reason, just loads of small reasons. So it's really interesting how that works. And guys, like I say, it's $14. End us out on such a lovely note on the super chat. If anyone wants to jump in for that, give your scores. Final super chat scores. You know what? Yeah, guys. Final super chat score for the season. All right, let us know your final score. I'd love to know, and then you can give your score as well if you want. So for Strange New Worlds, gosh, goodness, this season, man,
Ugh.
Just for the acting, I'm going to be generous, okay? Because they sell
Okay.
their bullshit.
Yes, they do.
6.5. So 0.1 more than you. I'm being generous, Jim. I'm being generous. All of Stranger Worlds, it's a flat 6 because there's loads of better episodes, but there's worse episodes. But there's loads of better episodes. But it's in the 6. Better than middle because the acting's good, the visuals are nice, but like, and that is being generous. If you're being properly harsh on it, like if the acting was worse, this would be a 4 or 5. The sets are worse, it'd be a 3 or a 4, right? Like other things hold it up. Like the acting is holding the bullshit so at bay, right? But it can only go so far. So yeah, 6 I think is absolutely Now we just reviewed this, but without the context. Are you ready? Let's see, because I'm interested in what happens, right? Okay, you ready?
Yep.
You gave it a 6.4 and 8.5 respectively.
Mm-hmm.
Only a couple of weeks ago you gave it a well done, Stuart. You upped your score. Ha ha ha. Previously, you gave it a 5.3 and a 5.8. However, you then swapped it, if you then recall, based on episode 1. So your original score was 5.3/5.8, respectively, but I pointed out that you gave the first episode better scores, and you swapped the scores. So having that swap, you gave the last episode a 6.6 and a 6.3 respectively. So in that respect, you've gone down 0.2 and 0.5 with the contrast. I was 6.5 and 6. I've also gone down by, okay, that's interesting. I've gone down by 0.4 to a 6.1 for this season. But I've gone up in Stranger Worlds from a 4.3 to a 6. Wow. Really interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Shit.
Yeah. Wow.
In the poll.
Surprising results there.
12
the poll.
votes. Come on, guys, vote. Vote.
Yeah, there's 22 of you here, 21 now. Hit the like button and make sure you vote. We have hit 50 likes, which is great, but we only have 12 votes. So vote for this last episode. Interested to hear what your thoughts are. Now we have 13 votes. Yeah. Dan B says, as much as the Prophet stuff in DS9 can get a bad rep, I appreciate it very much contains itself to Bajor and never went down this ultimate evil route. They just needed to tone it down for me. Yeah. That's what I was saying. This would be a whole season arc in Discovery of the ultimate evil that have created all evil in the galaxy. Silly. You don't have to up your stakes by so much.
Interesting.
Well, 13 votes. Is anyone else going to vote?
Vote now. Vote now, please. All of the voting.
Vote now or forever hold your penis. I mean, peace.
What?
I don't know. Something happened.
Ah.
I blame you.
Ah. Goodness. I want to know your scores, guys, so do vote.
Do it.
But yeah.
14 votes now.
So yeah, how do you feel now having to review the whole season? How do you feel, Stuart?
I feel like it's a worse season than I thought.
Excellent.
While there are a couple standalone fun episodes and funny moments, there's good stuff in every episode. Don't get me wrong. I think it's way better than Discovery. It's still holding that, holding Discovery to down under the water because Stranger Worlds is still head and shoulders above Discovery as far as quality goes. So,
sorry, but if you were comparing to Discovery, every episode would be like 2 points higher.
Oh yeah.
right? This is their score on their own merit,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
This would
exactly.
be,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, just saying.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I can see why people really don't like this season. But when we were going through it week after week, I was really enjoying most of the episodes for multiple reasons. So I was thinking it was a much better season overall. But actually looking at it all in one live, it's like, okay, I can kind of see why people are a little upset with this season compared to the other seasons. Uh,
Can
they
you
did say
express
it's
why in a sentence?
because it's just not a consistent
Hmm.
quality.
Hmm. Yeah.
That's like I'm glad that they say that season 4 is going to be better and that this season was affected by the writing or the strike, writer's strike or whatever. Um, it's just weird because when we were going through it, I didn't understand the hate for this season.
Hmm.
But now that we've looked at it all in one live, I kind of like, okay, yeah, as far as seasons go, this is probably,
Mid.
yeah, yeah. So I don't know. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised by the results. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've given some pretty good scores. I don't think that, you know, Discovery season whatever would be thrilled to have 8s and 7s and, you know. But let me just I'll give you the final breakdown, okay? Just so you have a sense of where you came to, okay?
Sure.
So this is for enjoyment for each episode in a row, right? 4.8, 8.9, 6.4, 8.5, 8.3, 8.5, 8.8, 8.7, 8.8, 6.4.
Yeah.
That's a ton of 8s, right?
Yes. Yep.
But 8s, 4s, and 6s, and nothing in between. The bad is bad, the good is good, but never amazing. I mean, that you're saying all that, but 8s are very strong, right? 8 5s, I mean, that's a very consistent scoring metric. That is unlikely to be normal for a show to have that many 8s.
Yeah.
You know? And yet
Yeah.
you're still melancholy about it.
Yeah.
8s, right?
I think I had a lot more 9s in my first review set. So
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you had a lot of all the 9s disappeared, Stuart. My scores, are you ready? I think mine's be all over the place here. You ready?
yeah.
3.7, 9.3, I kept a 9, 6.1, 7.9, 8, 8, 8.5, 7.9, 8.3, 6.5. Okay, so I have the lowest and the highest. Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. Damn. Yeah. That's so interesting. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll give you guys 2 minutes. $14 would be great. If not, what a live, Stuart. I've definitely learned a lot. 2 uniforms. I do love it. Tune in next week for things and bobs as we get into the final days of the month, which is always very essential for us. So if you can help us out with things and or bobs, it's been very useful. Thank you guys. Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully you guys enjoyed hanging out with us.
Yeah.
We've enjoyed being here
Yeah.
for the most part. My ass is sore and my sciatica is kicking in, but
Yeah.
other than that, I'm good.
Yeah, I got some
Yeah. Well, because your uniform.
No, I had back pain this morning. It just luckily the booze nullified it for a bit. And I was very thankful, but now it's all starting to come back.
Yeah.
And interestingly, I don't know if you saw, I don't know if you can update with this, but Indiegogo is changing. I mentioned that because I'm doing Indiegogo middle of next month because I'm forced to because they all bought out in July by a different company, and they're now doing a full rebrand, revibe, whatever. And they're closing shop for I guess 2.5 weeks, opening back on the 15th, with some change on the 16th. So my big Trekyards Indiegogo have to be mid-October now because literally it's not open anymore. They're doing some pretty different changes. For example, you can no longer do flexible funding, which is whereby you can get any percent of your number and still get the money. You have to get 100%. So my Indiegogo is going to be 30,000, and I obviously can't raise that because of the economy. So now I'm going to have to do something entirely different, which is kind of stressful. So yay, yay! But they're integrating stretch goals in a way that actually has like inbuilt graphics and metrics, so like it's more controlled. So I encourage you to put a lower goal and make stretch goals more of a big part. And loads of other things like one of the big annoyances of Indiegogo was that they pre-added a tip you had to opt out of. I did one where I bought I backed a Doctor Who book, and it was like £40. Well, that's a lot, and I checked out and it was like 79. I'm like, Turns out it was the 40, 10 postage, and then $20 tip. And it's like, I'm not putting 20 as an extra for doing nothing. Sorry. So I cancelled it and redid it without it because it's optional, but they pre-do it. And if you're doing a $20 perk, $10 postage, and then adding 10 to that, it'll make the person feel goddamn pathetic for doing another 10, right? So no, so they're removing that and they're just doing a flat fee on everything, so it's more across the board, which I'm fine with. So that was really annoying because people just wasting money to give them a tip. It's like, well, guys, you're getting a fee of everything. You're getting literally free money for everything we do. Doing a tip on top of that, Jesus Christ. So yeah, that's gonna be a whole thing.
Yeah, well, good luck.
Thank you. Because I was going to say I'm finishing my next film, which will be launched in Indiegogo. So that's why I mentioned that. It's being finished hopefully next week. And that'll be what launches it. And we'll see what you guys think of that one.
Cool.
It's not the one you're in the one after that. Spoilers. Exactly. But yeah, Stuart returns! Although not as the Ferengi him, who's great. I love that Ferengi.
And on that note, we love you guys. Thank you so much for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic rest of the weekend. And yeah, we'll see you guys next week. So, till then, he's Commander Cox.
He's got a photo.
Bye, guys.